Started now. So it's wonderful to see everyone in the audience this morning. Good morning again. My name is Fritz Fu, and I'm a supervisor of outreach and engagement here at the Energy Commission in our Research and Development Division. And I am very excited to be here after putting on a virtual EPIC Symposium last year. We are now back in person for the first time in 4 years. And I think especially with research and development, yeah, a round of applause for that. And I think especially with research and development, it is so important to bring the people together, to bring the folks in front of the technology, to be able to see it, to touch it, interact with it, and really show how a lot of our projects and companies are really advancing the clean energy future that we're hoping to strive and achieve for. With that, I wanted to go over a couple of just introductory items. For those of you who are new to the EPIC program, EPIC is a ratepayer-funded public research program overseen by the CPUC, and it is administered by four entities: the California Energy Commission, as well as the 3 electric investor-owned utilities: Pacific Gas and Electric, Southern California Edison, and San Diego Gas and Electric. My team and I have been working for months to put on this event, and for the past couple of days, I've been using the metaphor. It's a lot like wedding planning, where there's just unexpected things happening. But once everyone is here, it is just a joy to see everyone together here to celebrate our program. We are also broadcasting online today to an audience of over 400 people online, including international folks, some from Asia, some from Europe as well. But for the in-person audience, we are also very excited to see over 400 of you here today as well. More importantly for me, I think the EPIC Symposium is an exciting time to bring together a really broad array of stakeholders, from researchers, policymakers, entrepreneurs. This is really, I think, a unique space for us to have connections, to network, and make some of these connections that can really enable our portfolio to do even better work. And with also for some final housekeeping items, restrooms are located outside of the auditorium. We have some immediately on the right, as well as on your way to the cafeteria on the left. For lunch, we will have an on-site for-purchase option through Jesse's Cafe. And we also have a list of restaurants nearby the CNRA building within walking distance. Lunch will be about 80 minutes. And so that should be plenty of time to get some fresh air, get a bite, and then come back after lunch for our Pitchfest. Finally, for the auditorium, there are emergency exits both in the front and the back of the room. And for our overflow breakout rooms upstairs, the entrance and the exits, those are also the emergency exits as well. I promise that today is going to be an epic day. That's the only pun I'm going to make. That's the only one that the CPC allows us to make for the one day. But otherwise, with that, we're ready to get started. So with that, I'll introduce Chair CEC David Hochschild to provide some opening remarks.
Well, thank you, Fritz. You stole my only cornball joke of the day. So, well, good morning, friends, and thanks for being here. I really hope that all of you will make it a goal of the day to meet some new people and connect, because that's actually one of the great benefits of coming together in person. And the bonds and dialogue that we have in this room have incredible power. So this summer was the hottest summer in recorded history in California. The hottest summer recorded globally, and yet another sign that we know the challenge, the great challenge of our generation, is climate change, and the solutions for that, the seed planting, is here in our state, in California, and in particular in this program. I want to just say, I think there is, the Chinese word for crisis is wei ji. It's just 2 other words put together. Danger and opportunity, right? There's always opportunity inside the crisis, and inside the moment that we're in now, there's an opportunity to do some incredible seed planting for the future. And there's already great momentum. I just want to pause and sort of take stock of how far we've come. We're now at 61% clean energy on the grid. Alternative energy is the wrong word to use to describe renewables. Fossil's alternative on our grid today. We're going to be at 2/3 clean energy within a year. Yeah, there you go. There's a little enthusiasm for that. And then with electric vehicles, we're at 26% of new vehicle sales being electric. We're selling 1,300 EVs a day. We have more charge plugs in California than gasoline nozzles. That's today, okay? And we've just hit 2 million electric vehicles and really driving it mainstream, not just for the country, but for the world. And then our build out of clean energy resources on the grid is incredible. We have built 13 gigawatts of energy storage in the last 5 years. And by the end of this year, just since Gavin Newsom became governor, 27 gigs of new clean energy capacity built in the state. It's a record. And so we got through this incredibly hot summer, not only without an outage, but without even a flex alert because of all that storage, because of all that cushion. And I especially want to thank my friend, the CEO of the CAISO, Elliot Mainzer, for helping us get through this summer reliability. So, but a lot of what we're trying to do together as we press towards a clean energy future is just return to that basic Native American wisdom of living in balance with the natural world and always asking the impact of every decision on the seventh generation. And I wanted to especially lift up our tribal leaders who are here with us today, Chairman Vivanco from Saboba, Chairman Ramos from Blue Lake Rancheria, and my friend Linnea Jackson from Hoopa Valley. Thank you for being here. And for the incredible work that's been happening led by tribes. We have 10 tribal energy microgrids around the state of California and more on the way. And this program has been absolutely fundamental to that. We've put 21 million from EPIC funds into this kind of work and more to come. And just generally, as we press forward with this program, which is, in my view, all due respect to all the great programs around the world, this is the best clean energy research and development program in the world. And I visited Germany, Australia, Japan, many others, all good stuff. DOE, our friends there. But what is happening here in California, the level of innovation and sophistication, imagination, we're leading the world, and it's something that's a point of pride. And people said, by the way, when we started down this clean energy path, oh, this is going to be bad for your economy. We heard that again and again and again and again. And what's happened is the seed planting from this program, and along with many others, it's been just the opposite, because over the last 12 years, we were 10th largest economy in the world. And then we passed Russia, we passed Brazil, we passed France, we passed Italy, passed the UK. Now we're the 5th largest economy in the world. And we're number one. We have 52% of US clean tech venture capital comes into California because of programs like EPIC. So this is really seed planting for the future. And I think we should all take that as a point of great pride in what we're building, because the things that get created here with EPIC funding can go on and do great things. And I just want to highlight, some of the companies we've been supporting, to call out a few. One of them, Brimstone, an awardee of ours doing decarbonized cement, just raised another $189 million. 12, which is a company doing sustainable aviation fuel, just raised $645 million. These are companies that started with very little state funding and go on and do great things. But as we press forward, one of the key goals is to lift up the communities that have been hardest hit by pollution. And so we're absolutely committed to that, not just within the EPIC program, but within all of our programs. So about 60% of the funding we've done for clean energy demonstration projects through EPIC have been going into low-income and disadvantaged communities. And we're absolutely committed to continuing that. And we're also pushing forward on absolutely critical areas. I would just highlight batteries as a huge example of that. We are engaging this effort, Lithium Valley, which we put 9 million into to produce the most sustainable lithium in the world and help that be deployed in battery manufacturing facilities here in California and scaling that up. And that's something I think in many ways the battery industry is going to be the defining industry of the next decade. And as we look forward, by the way, to industries like batteries, just pause and look back, at something like solar, which was the smallest energy source in the world 20 years ago. Took a year to install a gigawatt of solar in 2004. 2010, it took a month. 2016, it took a week. 2023, it took a day. 2024, half a day. It's the single largest investment on the grid globally, over $500 billion, and it's the lowest cost source of energy. And we're going to do that with batteries. We're going to do it with electric cars, all the things we're building. That is the template, and we know how to do it. So just in closing, I want to thank all the team that brought us together today, especially Fritz Fu, Cami Peterson, Rebecca Avalas, Rachel Salazar, Adam Gottlieb, Philip Healy. Let's give those guys a round of applause to organize us. And with that, let me invite my colleague, Karen Douglas from the Public Utilities Commission, who's been an amazing leader, to give some opening remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you to Chair Hochschild both for his inspiring introduction and his welcome. It's very nice for me to be here today. The CPUC enacted or adopted, created the EPIC program in 2012 as a ratepayer supported vehicle to support and advance research and carry out the state's leadership in clean energy research with ratepayer benefits as a through line. And this happened when I was, of course, actually on the Energy Commission. And so I've had the opportunity to see the evolution of the EPIC program over time. And it's really exciting to be here now at this in-person symposium and have this opportunity to reflect on the impact and importance and successes, and also opportunities for continued improvement of this great program with so many of the people who have been central to its to the real functioning and working of the EPIC program. As usual, Commissioner or Chair Hochschild laid a really great foundation for our day, pointing out the importance of climate change as an increasingly generational challenge for us all to address. The importance of California's leadership in fostering this environment of entrepreneurism and innovation and deployment of solutions at scale. And the need for continued public investments in research to look around the corner, so to speak, to, if we reflect for a moment on how different our grid is today than it was when the EPIC program was established in 2012, how different the research needs, the technology outlook, the questions, the challenges before us are today. Since 2012, we can see both the achievements of the work that we've done together and the need to continually be assessing where we put our efforts and which projects and which issues are the ones that we need public, or in this case, ratepayer investment in today. And one of the really positive evolutions of the EPIC program over time has been, and Chair Hochschild talked about this too, it's been the increasing focus on equity. It's been the increasing focus on how we deliver research that not only benefits the state and state leadership, but also brings benefits to communities and to people who have less access to the benefits of the clean energy economy, who might need a little more support in seeing the technologies at their households, in their neighborhoods, the access to the electric vehicle chargers, access to energy efficiency and electrification. And so this equity focus that has evolved over time and become a really critical through line in the EPIC program has been really important. And in addition to that, the emphasis, which has always been there because this is a ratepayer funded program, but the emphasis on ratepayer benefits, the need to connect the research and the outcomes of that research to the overall challenges and needs of the people who are paying their electric bills month after month and helping support this and many other programs. And so at this time, the CPUC is working to, has adopted 5 strategic goals for EPIC. There's a stakeholder process working on measurable objectives for each of these goals. And I know there's probably a large number of people in the room involved in that. I appreciate that. I think we want to just increasingly recognize and highlight the importance of that engagement, that continued reflection on program delivery and what are we delivering, and the role of research and ratepayer funded research, because there's so much that we could be doing and there's so much that we should be doing. But we really, really have to be focused on what brings us the most benefits. How do we most leverage the value and the importance of this program? And I want to take this moment to thank all of the EPIC administrators, the Energy Commission, and the utility administrators for their tireless work in delivering on this program. We've seen many hundreds of completed projects. We've seen tremendous benefits. We have a lot of optimism for what we'll achieve going forward. And I just want to join Chair Hochschild in welcoming everybody to this event and to thank all of you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hochschild and Commissioner Douglas, for those opening remarks. I'd now like to introduce our first panel. Chair Hochschild will be moderating a living room chat. So if I could invite the speakers and moderators, please come to the stage.
There we go. Yeah, come on over. Slide over. All right. Well, good morning, friends, and thanks for joining me. We have a distinguished panel. I want to just briefly and where's Commissioner Douglas? Yeah, you're up there too. You're not done, not off the hook yet. So starting from my left, you're right, Commissioner Karen Douglas with the Public Utilities Commission, who's lead for the PUC on this program, the EPIC program. And next to her is SDG&E President and CFO Bruce Folkman, followed by the CEO of the California Independent System Operator, Elliot Mainzer. And sitting next to Elliot is the chair of the Assembly Utilities Committee, Kati Petra-Norris, and finally, U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Energy and Equity Senior Policy Advisor, James Strange. So thank you all for being with us. Let's begin with federal funding. So we had something of a blue moon event a few years ago where things lined up and we got an absolutely colossal once in a generation infusion of funding in the form of the Inflation Reduction Act, which passed a 50-50 vote. Kamala Harris broke the tie and created these really generational programs, many of which California is relying heavily on, and similarly the Infrastructure Act. And I guess my question for the group, just to begin, what do you see in terms of outcomes from those programs so far in the energy space, and what do we need to do to keep up the momentum? So why don't we start with you, James, and go down the line. Just push your buttons to turn the mic on.
They turn green. Can everybody hear me? Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner. I just want to start by saying thank you so much for having us on the panel. And thank you for all your hard work. I used to work for a company that participated in EPIC grants. I've also worked in jurisdictions that studied EPIC grants, and the reports that come out of these pilot projects, this research makes a huge impact on the rest of the country because you're pioneering the science and you're pioneering the engineering. And so people have a place to start when they want to do something similar. So thank you. I'm so glad to see that this is continuing, that the EPIC program is continuing to push forward. So with regards to the federal government and the impacts of IRA and bill, as you stated, Commissioner, it was a once in a generation investment, over $1 trillion across transportation, energy, and it's had a huge impact. And we know it's had a huge impact. So for example, I'm going to refer to some notes here, excuse me. Thank you. So, NREL came out with a report in 2024, called it the Solar Industry Update. And they reported that the United States has installed over 15.6 gigawatts of solar capacity in Q1 and Q2, which is a 55% increase from the record achieved in Q1. The United States has installed approximately 3.5 gigawatt hours of energy storage onto the electric grid in 2024. This is the largest first quarter on record. In addition, since the IRA's passage, more than 85 gigawatts of manufacturing capacity has been added. And of that, 35 gigawatts of new module capacity was included in the US industrial base. So from a very high level, we know that things like the 48E tax incentive program and the billions of dollars making its way through the DOE, the US Treasury is having an impact on this industry. But that's sort of at a very high level. At the DOE, we have over $100 billion moving through 23 different separate offices with different focuses. And I think one very important office worth noting that's been able to get to a start very quickly is our Grid Deployment Office. So our Grid Deployment Office has announced more than $9 billion in funding for tribes, states, and local governments and the private industry to advance a more affordable, reliable, and resilient grid. This includes our Grid Resilience and Innovation Partnership, which reaches more than 57 projects across 44 states. We have $2.2 billion flowing through in a second round to 8 projects in 18 states, and another $1 billion going to large-scale interstate transmission projects through Transmission Facilitation Program. This is very, very important because it's one thing, we kind of have two aspects to this clean energy transition, right? We have to add more clean energy to the grid, but then how do we facilitate that clean energy on the grid? So programs like the Grid Deployment Office are essential across the country, learning from the lessons learned in EPIC in California on how do we, bring more of this together in an equitable fashion. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Assemblywoman?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. And thanks so much for inviting me to be part of today. I'm Assemblywoman Cotty Petrie-Norris, and I represent the 73rd Assembly District, which is in Orange County, includes the cities of Tustin, Irvine, and Costa Mesa. I also chair our Utilities and Energy Committee in the State Assembly. And I'll say, I think we all recognize that this is a truly pivotal moment for the state of California. We have incredibly ambitious and incredibly important climate goals that we're collectively all working overtime to deliver on. And I think we recognize that it's a momentous challenge before us. The next 10 years are absolutely critical. And I think when we think about the opportunities that are presented by the IRA, the IIJA, it's historic. And I think it is kind of this little sort of silver spark that makes me believe that we can actually have the resources that we need to make the investments required for the transformation that's underway here in California and all across the country and the world. And I'll say, I guess, to your question of where am I seeing kind of the investment paid off? The thing I'm super excited about is that my district is home to the HQ for ARCHES. So ARCHES is the hydrogen hub that we've secured $1.2 billion in federal funding to get off the ground. There's going to be projects all across the state of California. Those federal dollars are expected to bring in something, upwards of $12 billion in private investment. And I think that that just really illustrates the transformative impact and the transformative opportunity. And then just very briefly to the question of how do we keep kind of momentum as we move forward, I'd say two things. And the first is California tax policy. So, I think there's every reason that California should be the birthplace for the big breakthroughs and the innovations that are going to both enable us to tackle the climate crisis and also power the next generation of California's economic growth. But thinking that that's going to happen by accident is crazy. We've got to be intentional, and we are competing with lots of other states who want these dollars, who want these smart people coming in to innovate. And for whatever reason, anytime that we're in budget trouble, the very first thing that's on the chopping block is the research and development tax credit. And so I've been in the legislature now 6 years. We've already had to fight that twice. So I guess I'd say, to you, to Commissioner Douglas, would really appreciate your engagement and partnership when we have to talk to our friends at the Department of Finance about why those incentives are so important and so critical. And I guess the second thing I'd say is we got to make it easier to actually build projects here in California, because my understanding is that our federal partners are taking a very close look at whether or not this money is actually going to turn into something real. And so we have got to be able to demonstrate that here in California, this isn't just a place where you come to, where we want smart people to come think about stuff. We need people to actually be able to build stuff here in California. So those are a couple of things that are top of mind for me as we move into the year ahead.
Thanks, Chair Hochschild. Wonderful to be with you and all of you this morning. I'll just offer a couple of additional quick observations from the perspective of grid operations, where I think the federal funding has definitely been bending both the supply curves and the cost curves. I think, first of all, just the amount of clean energy that is lining up to connect to the grid in California is really unprecedented, right? And I think certainly some of the tax equity and some of the other affordability elements, the legislation has certainly helped sort of supercharge that to a certain degree. Of course, that's a little bit of a mixed blessing because it also has given us the big Q challenges, but at the same time, the Charge 2T GRIP grant that we got also has a tremendous amount of funding, not only for grid enhancing technologies and reconductoring of transmission lines here in California, which is a big part of the affordability solution, but also support for the Grid Unity software platform, which is going to help us do a better job of efficiently processing all those requests. So hitting both the supply curve and the processing curve. And then finally, I want to mention from the perspective of transmission, the Department of Energy, this particular administration is just unbelievably focused on transmission. They're just absolutely committed to making a difference in that realm. And the transmission facilitation program, which Mr. Strange mentioned earlier, is already having an impact. Just pragmatically, one of the transmission lines that California has sort of listed as part of its integrated resource planning is this SWIP North line that would go connect up into Idaho. And the transmission facilitation program has taken a $300 million position of capacity in that line, sort of holding it until the broader line can get subscribed, and allows it to keep processing and moving forward with equipment purchases, which saves money, helps with supply chain issues. So these programs are already impacting the supply of resources, the processing, and ultimately affordability. So really appreciate them.
Good morning. First, let me thank Chair Hochschild and everyone in the group for inviting, the investor-owned utilities. I'm representing San Diego Gas and Electric today to participate in this event. I do think conversations like this are really helpful, where we're outside of the context of a proceeding, and we can speak a little more freely about what may be necessary to accomplish decarbonization of the grid and a lot of the other goals we've talked about already today. Maybe adding something new to this line of questioning. Certainly the Assemblywoman mentioned ARCH's great achievement for California in establishing a hydrogen hub. One element I may illustrate a bit is the investment tax credit market, if you will. So part of the tax advancement or the advancement of the ability to channel funds to some of these green technologies is the investment tax credit. It's been around a long time. Certainly maybe a bit imperfect as an instrument, but it's a highly liquid market. And some of the changes that have occurred to make that easier to transact has made it that much more efficient. And so one of the things we always look for in the utility business is efficiency and cost effectiveness. And that's especially important in this era of affordability. So I'm pleased to say, associated with about 350 megawatts of battery storage that we have operating or very soon to operate now, we'll be returning about 215 million into these tax credits directly to customers. So it's a direct ratepayer benefit associated with that kind of vehicle, very efficient. A lot of certainty in deployment. You know, you qualify for the definition and you can build the asset. So it's a little bit more on the mass deployment end of the spectrum of R&D, but really important, I think, to advancing our energy future. And happy to say that, you know, we'll take full advantage of it. We look for it in everything we construct on behalf of our customers. And that vehicle is particularly, you know, all those benefits directly dollar for dollar flow to customers. And so we think that's just an excellent an excellent tool to leverage some of these technologies. There's been a lot of discussion about how we've leveraged technology so far in the green transition. And when we've looked among other of our IOU peers in a lot of analysis, you know, we need all these things. We need, you know, much more rapid deployment of solar. Chair Huckshell talked about that a bit and how fast we've increased that pace. I mean, we generally see, to get to net zero by 2045, you know, you're kind of on a 4 or 5x kind of deployment of clean technologies, some of which haven't arrived in large volumes yet, such as offshore wind, perhaps. But we need all these technologies and we need to move them quickly. So I think looking longer term, things like arches and renewable fuels is really important to the future. Because as we do our analysis and we show, you know, advancing to ever higher levels of renewables, getting to actual net zero, a lot of things happen near the edge where, you know, you need something dispatchable other than just a battery. So there's always some level, it seems, in most of these studies of carbon sequestration, clean hydrogen, RNG, renewable natural gas, or other technologies that are more readily deployable to help address those issues of the 7 o'clock power consumption peak, multiple cloudy days in a row where solar production's dropped and batteries become depleted. So for all those reasons, you know, advancing these technologies with R&D efforts as well as combined with investment tax credits, I think is a very effective tool for accomplishing that.
All right, and thank you again, Chair Hochschild. It's a pleasure to be here. Karen Douglas, CPUC Commissioner. And I just have a few brief remarks on this topic. The CPUC is usually less directly involved in research projects ourselves. We're more in the role of the administrator of the EPIC program. However, we have seen really important benefits from some of these very you know, large and impressive federal grant programs. And one thing I wanted to point out is that we've seen from the utilities 2025 Energy Resource Recovery Account forecasts that the investor-owned utilities have reported hundreds of millions of dollars in savings on storage, microgrid, and renewable assets, as well as reductions in the cost of purchased power due to tax credits from the Inflation Reduction Act. And so that's one place where those benefits that were just talked about are being seen in real time by us. And I think we're only a few years into the implementation of some of these programs. And I'm hopeful that we'll continue to see those reductions going forward and directly benefiting ratepayers. We've already heard a bit about, you know, and I have some notes to talk about, well, Hydrogen Hub, if nobody else mentioned it, or the Grid Enhancing Technologies grant from DOE. And I think that's been covered. We're excited about those projects. And another one that I'll give a brief call out to, it's smaller and, but recently a joint application by the California Water Association and Generic received a $50 million award from Department of Energy to install microgrids at about 100 water utility sites. And that will both improve water resiliency and the water service resiliency that we need. But it will also allow those sites to provide backup grid support if and when necessary in a clean way. And so these kinds of advances, and people are coming forward with really wonderful ideas that can match and help our resiliency and our adaptation needs and advance our energy needs. And so that's another smaller grant, but one that I think is really important and wanted to give a call out to.
Great. Well, thank you all. And thank you, Commissioner. So the electrification of almost everything is well underway. As I mentioned, 1,300 EVs a day that we're adding in California. But in addition to that, all these other spaces that, nobody thought was possible. California took delivery of the first electric tugboat in the world in the Port of San Diego. We're going to be funding here at the Energy Commission the charging infrastructure for the second, which will be in Oakland. But also we're seeing, in the building space, we just adopted a new building code to do electric heat pumps for all new space heating, all new water heating. That's going to create 500,000 new heat pumps in the next 3 years. We have the first all-electric school bus fleet in North America in Oakland, 74 electric school buses, 74 chargers. 100% of the kids in Oakland going to school on a bus are going electric. And we're seeing also heavy-duty trucking and all these other trends. So this is increasing load, and load flexibility is now more important than it's ever been. We want everything that connects to the grid to be a good citizen of the grid. What are the things that you see as the biggest opportunities around load flexibility? Let me just open it up to who'd ever like to respond first.
Sure. Happy to jump in. Great question. What's the near term, highest priority perhaps for making these technologies work? Battery storage, rooftop solar, electric vehicles, all these sources. I think one of the acronym DERMS has been around for a while, Distributed Energy Resource Management Systems. And I think that still remains one of the more vexing priorities. There's a very high need to coordinate these assets. And we've spent some time in a virtual power plant pilot, relatively small one, where we had desert community. So we had well pumps involved, rooftop solar, household batteries, EVs, and the need for tight coordination. So someone like Elliot's able to operate the grid, ability to dispatch and control to some degree, ability for customers perhaps to tap into new revenue streams associated with what they're contributing to the grid is all a really important part, I think, in the near term of getting this all to work. Complex technology, electricity, although we all use it every day and all the time, is a really complicated product with a lot of quality features that are challenging to manage. And so this communication and coordination priority is really high. There's been certainly EPIC projects in this area already, and I think there's going to need to be more because this is a key area on how you coordinate these assets to achieve a more optimal result, leverage the assets we have, not overbuild. The good news is in this environment of electrification, I think with all the new load that'll show up for space and water heating, electrified transportation, et cetera, the need for new capacity provides a lot of efficiency in this deployment of capital that'll be necessary. So as we're seeking to move forward this technology, this leveraging agent that enables us to communicate and control devices like this, we're also looking for more capacity. So the risk of overbuild goes way down for the foreseeable future. We've got 10 or 20 years where we've got a lot of build out to do. And I think that makes it a little easier, frankly, to experiment and to try to make this work.
Couple other observations to complement Bruce's thoughts. So I think in the dimension of load flexibility, one of the things we're all grappling with right now in the utility industry is what are going to be the impacts of the hyperscalers on the grid, right? put all the new data technology on the system, big, huge consumption of power at a time that we're already, working hard to stay on the resource adequacy curve. So one of the key questions that I think California is going to be able to contribute to is what forms of legitimate flexibility might the data economy actually be able to bring to the grid? And how do you actually incorporate that into the planning, into the technology, and understand how it's going to be distributed across the system? The other area is, from a bulk grid operator, in the summertime, these last couple of years, David, you mentioned it, the emergence of those 10,000 megs of batteries on our system was just truly transformational. And I can tell you the folks down in the control center just worship those batteries, right? It's been unbelievable. At the same time, I can tell you that when you're sitting there on a 45, 48, 50,000 megawatt day, you can also just feel the need for additional load flexibility and demand response capability on the grid. It'd be such a huge difference maker. And so the ability to leverage virtual power plants, the ability to aggregate load flexibility across broad geographies for loads that are strongly correlated with the superheating in the summer, to dispatch them in bulk so that you don't actually, and to cycle them so that you don't have, unnecessary impacts on individual consumers. That's going to be a big part of the equation. So I think for us at the CAISO, we were one of the first ISOs in the country to establish a fully compliant Order 2222 tariff. That's the bulk grid version of enabling distributed energy resources. And we're really hopeful in the years ahead. And I've heard you talk about this before, that we're going to see an even greater supply of load flexibility to be able to participate in the reliability and affordability equation.
I'll just add on briefly that it's very clear, when we look around the corner, when we ask, what does our system need today? And what are we going to need a lot more of? It's that kind of flexibility. It's the interoperability. It's the economic efficiencies as well as the operational efficiencies that allow us to do more with less, not because we're building less. We're going into a period where we have been and will be building a lot more, but we've got tremendously large goals and we've got tremendously large challenges, and being able to get everything that we're building and putting out there, whether it's on the grid side or the distribution side, whether it's, whether it's a customer program, these things have to work together. They have to work together much better than they do today. That's one of the challenges in front of us.
And I would just add, whether we're talking about load flexibility or, kind of really anything, kind of taking a 30,000 foot view from my perspective as a legislator, I think we've got to do a much better job of understanding the ROI for all of these investments that we're asking either the state to make or ratepayers to make. And I can tell you from sitting in budget sub 4 hearings, we don't do a very good job of that. And I think that makes it then very difficult for us to make a case that, more is warranted, more is needed. The reality is that some of the investments we're making are going to be huge wins. And we want to understand that so we can double down. Some of them are not. And I think we need to do a much better job of evaluating program efficacy so that we know that what we're asking Californians to fund is actually delivering the optimal bang for our buck.
Thank you. And I would just quickly add, and I alluded to it earlier, but the different things that CAISO are doing, the different measures that are being undertaken by the California energy grid to facilitate more variability, load distribution, are all things noticed in the rest of the country. And the pilot projects that EPIC has funded to address some of these concerns and figure out some of these engineering challenges, are very valuable to other state energy offices across the nation, other commissions. So to the extent that it matters, I would continue to encourage it.
Just one hopeful story I'll just share before we move on to the next question on this. You think about electrification, there's pretty rigid stuff. So Caltrade just electrified San Francisco to San Jose, and that's, not something that's that's pretty rigid, can't be flexible. But school buses we visited, Commissioner Monahan and I visited together with Lorraine Gonzalez on my staff who ran the Energy Commission school bus program. We visited Oakland's bus depot. So these 74 buses, they have like 150 kilowatt hour battery, and they go out and they do their route, and they're back and plugged in by 4 p.m., having only used like 50 kilowatt hours. So they still have another 100. And that is today, to the best of my knowledge, the single largest vehicle to grid project in the world that's up and running. And that is, we think about the capacity in vehicles, it's huge because we have at least 3 times more batteries on 4 wheels than we do connected to the grid. So this is a big, big opportunity. So I want to turn next to AI, a hot topic of late. It's also definitely a source of new stress on the grid. We're projecting a 10% compound annual growth rate for data centers kind of in perpetuity because of AI. But it can also help us potentially. What are the areas of opportunities each of you see for where AI can fit in the grid of the future? How can it be helpful? And what concerns you? Open to anybody who'd like to start. And you feel free to consult your AI app if you'd like it to answer for you.
Let me see what ChatGPT says about your question. I'm just speaking as myself here. The CPUC doesn't have policies on AI particularly, but we're seeing it everywhere. Like we all are seeing it everywhere. I think on the positive side of the ledger, we're absolutely asking, how does AI make us more efficient? How does it help us make everything more efficient? Because everything needs to be more efficient in order for it to be ultimately affordable. So it's important, and it could play a really key role. How does it make systems more vulnerable? How does it potentially cause us problems that we're going to have to deal with? That's another set of questions. And then there's the set of questions around what it does with energy demand and energy use. And I think we'll have to get our heads around that as well. There are opportunities there too, of course. And so these data centers have pretty large backup power sets associated with each of them. Can those be cleaner? Can those be more efficient? How do they, what's their role in all of this? And so I think it's a very big question. It's not one that's like front and center in the EPIC program as a topic on its own, but I would be shocked if there weren't research projects, multiples of them exploring AI in various components. And I know that in real time, probably all of the utilities and all of the players in the marketplace are trying to figure out where and how they're going to be using this technology.
Just give you a couple other specific examples building off what Commissioner Douglas said. I think the potential in the realm of grid operations for AI is really very substantial, although I think we're still kind of in the early stages. But a couple of examples that have come to mind, things that we're looking at inside the ISO. You mentioned this, Karen, load and resource forecasting, especially behind the meter solar. That's going to be a big issue as we sort of build out the interface between the distribution system operators and the transmission system operators, predicting transmission flows and detecting operational or data abnormalities. This is an interesting area where you're kind of picking up on things that move really quickly, but can have significant reliability impacts. All of the major vendors, the folks that particularly run energy management systems inside grids and do real-time contingency analysis, are trying to figure out how they may build AI capabilities into their actual vendor products. And I think all of us are just really sort of casting the net. I think it's early, but I'm really looking forward to working with the Energy Commission, the EPIC program, and others to see if we can get a few more pragmatic things into actual operations.
Maybe a word on the usefulness of AI. Yeah, I think it's a bit of a concept we all are acquainted with, at least, but we don't really exactly know what it can do. Depending on the definition, I think AI has been around since the 50s, the 1950s, and it's continued to advance. But in terms of at least championing a couple EPIC programs, you know, in the second generation of EPIC programs, we had a drone pilot at San Diego Gas and Electric, and that is a very good example of where you begin to experiment with the technology and you figure out where it works and where it doesn't, and you stop doing the things that don't work and you maximize the things that do. And so today we use drones extensively in our operations with photography imagery to identify problems. I think in the current EPIC generation, we're looking at a proposed project that's designed to detect infrared inconsistencies and maybe the power quality inconsistencies associated with that to help us mitigate wildfire. And I would just say, you know, we're very proud of our wildfire record at SDG&E. FEMA still rates San Diego County as the highest wildfire risk county in the country. And AI has been a big part of that. So our deployment of weather stations that provide 10-second feeds, 10-second information on current weather conditions in about 220 locations across our service territory has created a huge wealth of data on which to apply something like AI. And that has informed not only our forecasted response to an event, but also our near-term response to an event, our recovery from an event, and maybe not so obviously, where we're going to deploy assets. Where is it most effective to make an investment in undergrounding or covered conductor or other fire hardening tools to give customers the best return on their investment, to your point about ROI. So I do think there's real applications for AI. We've seen some. I think they'll continue. You know, on the power demand side, Elliot spoke to it, there's a lot of demand coming. It's really tremendous what we'll see. But I think there's a lot of ways for this to benefit us as technology has benefited us to date. We just need to figure out the best way to do it.
Anyone else?
I would just add, I think we recognize whether we're talking about, you know, the energy space or any other, that this emerging technology is going to make us all, in some ways, smarter, more efficient, able to crunch vast data sets, you know, that used to require an army of statisticians to wade through. It's now kind of like, you know, my 14-year-old can ask ChatGPT a question and it's, there you go. I think we really are at the tip of the iceberg in terms of understanding what that impact is going to be for the energy sector specifically. And I think, you know, certainly for us as policymakers, I don't think we can even conceive of how this is going to be utilized in 5 years' time. And nor do I kind of, thankfully, consider it my job. I'm just grateful that there's lots and lots of smart people across the great state of California. And it's our job to ensure that we are creating a policy environment that encourages that kind of innovation, encourages that kind of exploration, encourages, you know, small businesses and large to make investments in California so that we can kind of crack the code on those big questions and really identify, I think, you know, potentially transformative technologies and breakthroughs.
Well, I'd like to turn now to affordability. Part of what's been happening, I think, in the last few years is that climate change is making it harder to fight climate change. We have had the worst wildfires in the history of the state of California, and that has necessitated very, very expensive utility undergrounding programs, which have raised rates, among other things. But there are some solutions that can come from R&D, from EPIC, and I wondered if you know, each of you could just share your thoughts about the affordability challenge and how we navigate from here, maybe starting with Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, Chair Hochschild. And I appreciate affordability being just one of the core questions that our panel is speaking to, because it's that important right now. California used to have relatively lower bills when you looked at the overall bill impact on customers nationwide. That's no longer the case. Our bills are quite high, and it's a challenge for people in light of other costs that are also very high. And so we have an affordability challenge here that's not just about utility bills, but it's more across the board. And when you look at families that are facing high housing costs, high childcare costs, potentially high transportation costs and other costs, and then they're seeing bill increases as well, it's very much a challenge for people. It's very much been noticed. It's something that we are hearing about loudly, and that's fair because it's something that has changed and bills have gone up quite a bit. Now, how do we think about that in a context where we have to build and we have to change in terms of the physical system in order to not only meet our climate change goals, but also just to meet the challenges of providing reliability and good service and safe service in the context of greater wildfire danger. Again, the changing climate, more extreme heat events, more, at least in the past, some extreme droughts and so on. As we, and also, and what's the role? How does EPIC, a ratepayer funded research program, how does EPIC help with that? How does EPIC help support affordability? That's where a lot of the thought and the creativity and the research focus, I think, has to really turn around to connect to benefits to ratepayers. Where can EPIC provide projects that help us increase affordability? Does it increase flexibility? Do the projects help us better integrate our system? Do the projects help us avoid overbuilding? Do the projects help us do the work that has to be done, such as the wildfire hardening and the inspections, more effectively, more cost effectively, but more effectively overall? I'm a real believer in this program and the benefits it can provide Californians and the support ultimately it can provide to helping us move forward in a way that advances our goals and is also affordable. I think it is being done. I think it can be done. I think anything can be done better. And so I just hope everyone here just understands, as you think about the importance and role and outcomes from the work of this program, that affordability and benefits to the ratepayers is high on that list, because it needs to be for us to navigate in these next years. And this is a long-term energy transition that we have in front of us.
No question, affordability is top of mind. Tax credits I mentioned before, passing to customers, is a part of what we're trying to do to create a smoother trajectory for customers. I do think the two big challenges of our time, decarbonization and climate mitigation investment, are really challenging to tackle simultaneously. So the role of EPIC is to perhaps fail fast. Let's find the things that work and leverage them and advance them, because we need the efficiency associated with the R&D product, recognizing that not all R&D investments pan out. It's an allocation. As a financial person, I can tell you, depending on the business you're in, there's a certain allocation of R&D. A fraction of a percent of revenue, 1 or 2 or 3%, maybe 5 or 7 if you're in pharmaceuticals or something, with heavy research element. But it's always associated with what you can comfortably collect from customers. And I completely agree with the commissioner. If the perception of rising bills is a challenge that we must respond to, because if you lose political support, this is going to stop in a violent way. And we certainly, none of us in this room want that to happen. So it's really important that we be as efficient as possible in everything we do, attracting investment to California, making the investments that make the most sense to serve customers. Last thing I'll say, we've kind of hinted at it in a number of our remarks. The one thing that I think will never change with regard to electric service, certainly in the US and probably worldwide, is the need for reliability. The value of electric service is extremely high, much, much higher than it costs. But that's not how we price it. We price it in the most cost-effective, least impactful way, far below the incremental value of the service. And that's what we want to continue to do.
So affordability has been a front and center priority for me since I was appointed chair in December of last year. And just, I guess, to make sure we're all on the same page in terms of the context. So rates for 90% of Californians, they have seen their rates go up by more than 50% over the course of the last 3 years. Like, the pace of rate increases is completely unsustainable and untenable. And building on your point, I think it poses a major threat right now to our ability to actually deliver on our clean energy goals, because the reason we've been able to make all of these investments, the reason California has been able to be a global leader, is because we've had Californians on our side. People have supported this. People have wanted us to lead. And I think we're hitting a breaking point where people are going to say, actually, never mind. Like, no, I can't pay my grocery bills anymore. So I'm no longer interested. So I think that it's something that really needs to be front of mind for all of us as we're shaping policy. And as I said, earlier, I think we need to do a much better job, whether we're talking about EPIC or any other program. We do not do a good enough job of looking back and saying, I actually don't know what y'all do with EPICs. Maybe you do a great job of this, but with so many programs across the state, we make these investments. We do not do a good enough job of looking back and saying, okay, like, what are the results? What's working? What's not? And so we've got to do a better job of understanding that so that we can double down on investments that are paying off, and we can stop making investments that are wasting taxpayer dollars and ratepayer dollars.
I would say affordability is very top of mind, especially for our office. Depending on the time of year in the study, as many as 1 in 4 Americans may sacrifice essentials like groceries to pay their energy bills. So it can be a little bit of a difficult paradigm for the Department of Energy, which isn't a retail rate setting entity. But one thing that we did venture to do was, in all of our bill and IRA funding, nearly, especially if it's a competitive solicitation for a grant, we made it a requirement that applicants fill out a community benefits plan. And as part of that plan, they have to explain what they're going to do in furtherance of the Justice 40 initiative, which is a federal executive order that asks that 40% of all or certain federal investments flow to disadvantaged communities. And one of those benefits that applicants can articulate as flowing to a community is a decrease in energy burden. And we've seen a lot of sort of novel proposals about how large projects can bring things together in a community through either a microgrid or a reduction in electric rates for the community hosting a project. And I think it has a direct correlation to something EPIC could maybe contemplate as they formulate their grants and design the guidelines for them. What are we doing to address energy burden with either this research or with this pilot project? Thank you.
All right. Well, to close us out, I got a little two-part question here, and Commissioner Douglas, maybe we'll start with you. One is, what is the most significant clean energy win that you've observed in recent years? And two is, what are you most excited about for the EPIC program for the next 10 years?
All right. Well, thank you very much. So, it's interesting, when I went over to the CPUC, you start to think about things a little differently than I did, for example, at the Energy Commission. And it's, clean energy win is so much like I almost have to put on my Energy Commission hat and say, wow, well, we've done so much. Look how much cleaner our system is right now. Like, and you know, look how much cleaner the bulk grid is. You know, Californians, whoever they get their electricity from, are receiving much cleaner electricity than they did in the past. That's continuing. And we're electrifying, you know, because we've got this clean, much cleaner source of electricity to power what we do. We're seeing that become a core part, the core part of one of the core parts of our decarbonization strategies as a state. I think that's a tremendous win. I think back to 2012, I think back to even before that, right? The challenges about whether and when and how to do a 33% RPS renewables portfolio standard, for those of you who don't focus on that policy much anymore. And we've come a long way. And more recently, and this one very much as part of my CPUC and past governor's office and Energy Commission experience, the reliability side. We rode through a very, very difficult period, particularly that came to a head in 2022. And Elliot Mainzer will probably never, ever, ever, ever forget, and nor will I, and nor will a lot of people, how hard that was when we started to, when we had to grapple with a heat event of the sort that we'd never seen before. And over a 10-day period. And we're so much better situated now, so much better situated to handle that kind of event and to keep Californians safe and comfortable through some of that kind of challenge. And so tremendous achievements. I would call all of those clean energy wins. I still want to end on and get back to what we do with the EPIC program, what we deliver over the next 10 years has to come around and benefit all Californians. We have to deliver the continuation of our clean energy trajectory, the continuation of our leadership in a way that benefits ratepayers, that helps people up and down the state and supports our economy. And it's challenging, it's hard. We're talking about new technologies. We're talking about using and linking existing technologies in new ways. We're talking about bringing in opportunities like artificial intelligence and other advances that, you know, again, I think the assembly member said this and it's right. We don't know 5 years from now how some of this will be used, but it had better be used in ways that make the system more affordable and accessible for all Californians. And I think we're all together in that. And thank you.
Thank you. Let's maybe do 1 minute each. So clean energy win and biggest opportunity for EPIC.
1 minute each, a lot to celebrate. I'm going to let others speak to that. For the next 10 years, maybe I'll point out one crucible of trial and error that we're going through. There's a lot of trucking that crosses our service territory, the Otay Mesa border, from Tijuana, Mexico, really to the Long Beach shipping ports. And that trucking is looking to decarbonize. And I think it's going to be very interesting for us. We'll leverage a lot of the technologies we've already talked about today to see the degree to which it electrifies and or consumes clean hydrogen. Those are the two areas of keenest interest for that heavy duty trucking. And I think it's going to be an excellent example soon of what works.
David, we obviously, we deeply value our partnerships with the state agency, the governor's office, the utilities, everybody across the energy landscape in California. So obviously one of our biggest source of pride is having played that key role in onboarding those 13 gigs of batteries and just making a huge difference in the reliability equation. And you mentioned 27,000 megawatts during the Newsom administration, significant fraction on our grid. So really, really honored to have played a part in that. It's made a huge difference. I think going forward, we really have to keep our momentum. There's a lot of work to be done still in terms of innovations on the demand response side. Long duration energy storage, I think, is the next big frontier for around beyond the lithium ion batteries, and clean firm resources. I think they're all going to be critical on the path to SB 100.
I think it is important to always take a pause and acknowledge like the tremendous progress that we have made and just the incredible wins that we've had, right? And then you highlighted some of those in your opening comments. I think sometimes we focus on the challenges and the stuff that's hard and all that. But we've done some amazing things, and you've kept it's like 100 days in 2024. At some point during the day, we were running on
179 days since
Is it
January
how many?
1st. 179 days that we've hit 100%
179.
clean energy on the grid on the
Yes,
SkySub
at
system.
some point in the day, we were running on 100% renewables. That's amazing. Got to update my notes, 179. We've increased battery storage capacity by 15x over the last 3 years. We are making incredible progress. I'm excited about some of the clean energy investments that we were able to include as part of the climate bond. Not as large as I would have liked, but we, we'll take, I think it's like 1.2 billion. So I think that's going to be very important moving forward. In terms of what I'm excited about with EPIC, I mean, I love coming to events like this and seeing the companies that we have been able to help jumpstart, and meeting the folks that are running these companies, the creators, the innovators, the folks who are coming up with these ideas that I really do believe are actually going to enable California to be the birthplace for the breakthroughs that let us deliver on our climate goals, let us meet the challenge of the climate crisis, and also set the stage for the next generation of California's continued economic growth and prosperity. So, for everyone who's involved in these companies, so excited about the work that you're doing, so excited about your teams. Thank you for believing in California, and thank you for believing that we can actually tackle this challenge.
I think we've spoken a lot about clean energy wins, so I'll just jump into what I'm excited about. A comment that Commissioner Douglas made when we opened up the meeting was being intentional about how we move forward with the clean energy transition. Just because it's clean energy doesn't mean you can't exact harm on people and communities. And I think there's a real desire and need this time around to make sure that we're understanding the impact on historically underrepresented and underserved communities, and that we design our systems in a way that benefit the most people, or all people across California, but also across the nation. And seeing, how that's affected the planning across the United States as we've incorporated things like community benefit plans, but have also adopted, different kind of climate tools and maps that, California pioneered with CalEnviroscreen. I think gives me a lot of optimism and positivity for the future, because yes, we need to move at a breakneck speed. And yes, climate change and sometimes it feels like we're building the plane as we're flying it in terms of like the clean energy transition. But if we can stay committed and aware to, how this new system is supposed to benefit everyone, I think that the results will be more positive than we can imagine. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for a panel discussion that, what's the words coming up? It was epic, really. Thank you all for a really illuminated panel. Let's thank our panelists.
All right. Well, that was a great way to kick off and I think set the stage for the rest of our day's activities. Up next, we have a video break, an opportunity for folks to maybe use the bathroom, stretch their legs. We'll be playing videos from our EPIC grantees. They are excellent. They really do showcase in a visible way a lot of the good work that's going on. So feel free to sit in here. Our next session will be in this room again. Otherwise, we'll be reconvening about 10:10 in a little less than 10 minutes to join our next plenary on tribal investments. So we'll see you all in about 5-7 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Buildings generate 40% of global carbon emissions. 70% of that comes from energy use. So I feel very motivated to do something that can help existing buildings reduce. Buildings generate 40% of global carbon emissions. 70% of that comes from energy use. So I feel very motivated to do something that can help existing buildings reduce their carbon impact now. When you look at K through 12 schools, energy is their second largest cost after labor. They spend more on energy than computers and textbooks combined. An elementary school might have 30 heating, ventilation, and air conditioning units. Middle school or a high school could have over 100 in some cases. When these all turn on at once in the morning, you get this huge spike of electricity, and that ends up costing those schools a lot in terms of demand charges. They have a lot of square footage to heat and cool, but they have very small maintenance and operation budgets. We've created technology that enables clean, all-electric, self-driving buildings. Our technology takes a quick and dirty physical model of a building and its thermal properties, how quickly it heats up or cools down, how heat is transferred through walls and windows. And with that understanding, it does something very unique. It can ensure that every zone or every room in a building is optimally comfortable at about 30% less energy cost than the alternatives. Our technology is the engineer. It learns those physical properties every 1 minute. It's looking at the energy consumption and the indoor air temperature in zones, and it's making tiny adjustments in every zone in the building all day long. The underlying technology that differentiates us is a machine learning algorithm that both generates the physics-based model and then uses that model to take control actions within a certain set of constraints. And so the constraints that we give it are, you need to keep this room optimally comfortable. That's usually defined by the customer, but let's keep this room between 70 and 74 degrees. And as long as you can guarantee that comfort, go ahead and figure out however else you're going to maximally reduce peak demand or energy cost. And it can respond to a real-time price. Our technology takes something that feels really hard, something that's complex, expensive, and very frustrating, which is new building performance laws, fewer people, less money, and the existing technologies are just, they're so expensive and they're so complicated to operate. This is a hands-off solution. It's low cost. It's easy to install, it's easy to interface with and understand, and it just does the thing. It saves time, money, and hassle. My name's Tanya Barham. I'm the CEO of Community Energy Labs.
To meet California's target of installing 25 gigawatts of floating offshore wind energy by 2045, over 5,000 anchors will be needed to secure these massive turbines to the seabed, ensuring they remain stable through extreme wind, waves, currents, and the harsh marine environment for decades. Offshore wind in California presents many unique challenges. Ultra-deep water, sometimes over a mile deep, results in complex logistics, high installation costs, and requires the anchors to resist loads from all directions. Another challenge is seismic resistance. The extremely soft soils off the coast of California are at risk of liquefaction during earthquakes. On top of that, the traditional steel anchors from oil and gas are costly, carbon intensive, and largely sourced from overseas. SPARA has partnered with leading research institutions, the University of California, San Diego, and the University of California, Irvine, as well as world-class industry experts, WSP USA and Intermore. The project team has been awarded an Electric Program Investment Charge Grant from the California Energy Commission. The objective of this project is to develop and commercialize the next generation of concrete anchors specifically designed to address the challenges presented by California's wind energy areas. This is a necessary and critical effort for the successful and cost-effective deployment of California's clean energy future, which would not be possible without the essential support provided by the CEC's EPIC program. SPARA has developed two innovative anchor concepts to meet these challenges, the concrete torpedo anchor and the concrete suction bucket anchor. By leveraging 3D concrete printing, we can precisely manufacture customized anchors in U.S. ports using local materials and labor by utilizing advanced automated construction methods that eliminate the need for traditional formwork, significantly reducing production time and costs. In addition, 3D concrete printing allows us to incorporate numerous design features, enabling site-specific customization of anchors. This capability allows for the design of anchors to be easily adapted for a wide range of installations. The goal is to move toward the standardization of anchoring systems that are durable, cost-effective, and adaptable. So far, thanks to EPIC funding, SPARA and our project partners have gathered critical data on California's seabed conditions, allowing us to fine-tune the design process for our anchors. We're now in the preliminary front-end engineering and design phase, evaluating multiple anchor variants of both torpedo and suction bucket anchors to optimize performance, costs, emissions, installability, and more. In addition, during this project, we've successfully demonstrated 3D concrete printing as a feasible method for producing these anchors at scale while reducing costs and carbon emissions compared to traditional steel anchors. At SPARA, enabled by California Energy Commission's EPIC funding and our project partners, we're building a stronger, more sustainable future for California.
Buildings.
All right, folks. All right, folks. We're going to be getting ready to start our next session. So I'd say if you are able to, please begin to wrap up your conversations and begin to find your way towards your seats. Thank you. Okay. Good morning. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in a while, Commissioner. All right, folks. Oh. All right, everyone, if we could slowly begin to wrap up your networking conversations, grab that business card, that LinkedIn connection, and slowly begin to make your way back into your seats. We're going to get started very shortly with our next panel, our tribal plenary. Yeah, I'm going to give folks, I guess, another minute. I asked my team just to quickly check to see if there's like start crowding the people inside, but. folks maybe another 30 seconds. All right, everyone. As folks begin to come back in from the coffee break and bathroom break, I'd like to go ahead and tee up our next panel. Our next panel is focused on our tribal investments that the CEC and the EPIC program have made over the last several years, and really seeing some of the advancements, some of the opportunities and challenges, and importantly, lessons learned that are really beginning to allow some of these technologies to proliferate across not only the state, but more importantly, federally and nationally as well. And so to begin, I'd like to go ahead and introduce Commissioner Darcy Houck from the CPUC, to begin and introduce this panel. So without further ado, Commissioner Houck.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? So I am very pleased to be here this morning to moderate this panel with so many esteemed leaders in addressing energy development in Indian country. And as California transitions to a clean energy future, we need to engage tribal governments and tribal communities to collaborate on our joint interest in addressing climate impacts and ensuring energy sovereignty. We need to make sure that tribal governments have a meaningful seat at the table, are heard by decision makers, and not left behind as we make this clean energy transition here in California. Energy projects, whether they're transmission, distribution, or generation, have impacts in Indian country. And we have some of the leaders that are working to develop clean energy projects here with us this morning. I want to note that last year in March, there was an en banc meeting in the North Coast between the California Energy Commission and the California Public Utilities Commission, where the California Energy Commission adopted a resolution setting forth its commitment to support tribal energy sovereignty. This resolution highlighted that California tribes are important partners in reaching the state's climate goals. It also resolved to support tribes in a variety of ways, including increasing set-asides for state funding opportunities and building capacity and technical assistance to support clean energy transitions in Indian country. And the EPIC program has been a big part of that. It's been a major driver in providing support for development of clean energy projects in California. And the EPIC project has been critical in funding tribal microgrids. Right now, there are 3 projects that have been completed that were funded by EPIC and 9 more that are in progress. These microgrids actively support tribes in furthering energy sovereignty and contribute to resilience in the face of frequent power interruptions, infrastructure issues, and natural disasters. And we're going to hear about, I think, all of those things from our panelists this morning. So our panelists include tribal government representatives and folks that are working on technical assistance for tribes. So I want to introduce our panel and get right into the discussion. Looking forward to hearing what everyone has to say this morning. So we have Linnea Jackson, the General Manager for the Hoopa Valley Public Utilities District. We have the Honorable Jason Ramos, who is a Blue Lake Rancheria Tribal Council member. We have the Honorable Isaiah Vivanco of the Saboba Band of Luiseño Indians, the Honorable Bo Mazzetti, the Chairman for the Rincon Band of Luiseño Indians, and we also have Peter Alston, who is a faculty scientist with Schatz Energy Research Center at Cal Poly Humboldt. They're debating the border of California. So I want to start with our tribal leaders. If you could tell us a little bit about where your tribal lands are located and what led to your tribe's decision to pursue clean energy projects. And maybe we could start with Chairman Vivanco. Is it green?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Isaiah Vivanco. I have the honor of serving as chairman for the Saboba Band of Luiseño Indians. We are located in Southern California, Riverside County. We sit on just about 8,000 acres of trust land. We have a citizen membership of about 1,700 total members. And one of the reasons for us to get involved with energy efficiency, obviously it's, you know, you look into the future and you see the rising costs, and it's very important for our tribe to provide for our community. And, you know, one of those things is going to be making sure that we're energy sovereignty, being able to control our own destiny when it comes to energy and its efficiency. And we're happy to be here today and look forward to discussing this topic with other tribal leaders. And I'm thankful for the invite today to share the stage with tribal leaders as well. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Tribal Council Member Ramos.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jason Ramos. I'm a tribal council member. I'm also the tribal administrator and CEO of business operations for the Blue Lake Rancheria Tribe of California. We're a small tribe located about 7 miles west of Arcata, California, way up in Northern California. It is in California, Bo. I know you're giving me a hard time. It's these Southern Cal tribes. But very small tribe, 60 citizens up in that region of Northern California. There's a number of tribes. There's 9 different tribes in our region. And it's just great for me to be here today and looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you. Chairman Mazzetti.
Good morning. My name is Bo Mazzetti. I'm chairman of Rincon Band of Luseno Indians, which is part of the Luseno Nation in Southern California. We're located approximately 45 miles north and east of San Diego. We got involved with this because we're a high fire, high wind area. So we have sustained a lot of shutoffs. SDG is our service provider. Outstanding friends, outstanding partners. I can't speak any higher of a group working together. But we got involved with this, our tribe, because of the fact we had so many shutoffs. When you have a high wind, you're going to see more of that in Northern California after the Paradise Fire, I believe, hits a certain amount, power goes off. You can't be mad at the utility companies. It's liability, you know, so you have to look at reality, and they need to protect their ratepayers. They need to be safe, not start fires, so shut the power off. Needs to be understood, you know, that's good. So that's how we got more involved with it. And I'll go into more detail with what happened, but we started this about 5 years ago, and I'll go into more details later, but that's kind of who we are.
Thank you. And then we're going to go to Linnea Jackson. We're going to bounce around a little bit with the questions. So we'll go to Linnea.
So good morning, everybody. My name is Linnea Jackson. I'm a member of the Hoopa Valley Tribe. I serve as my tribe's general manager for our tribal utility. I wanted to thank the California Energy Commission and the CPUC and everyone that put the EPIC event on. I think it's important to have these type of platforms to talk about the initiatives that are occurring throughout our state. So the Hoopa Valley Tribe is, the reservation is located in Northeast Humboldt, which is in California again. We are in a highly densely forested area that's rural. And due to PG&E's reliability report that just came out, we are part of the top 1% of the worst performing circuits. And that metric has 2 factors. Is the number of outages that occur in our area and the number of sustained outage minutes. I've had several people who live just off the valley floor that due to, you know, storms that come through snap lines that have been without power for several weeks, which is really hard in a community. It's your lifeline for your refrigerator and your heating and cooling and your medical devices and emergency communications. And on the tribal utility side, you know, obviously we rely on that. Hoopa Public Utilities provides domestic water, irrigation, solid waste management, broadband, and energy initiatives. And so those items are very critical to foundation of community services. So that's exactly why we're on this mission, which I'll add to more later. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then Peter, can you tell us a little bit about the role of SHOTS Energy Research Center and what role that's played in some of these projects and what some of the lessons learned has been for SHOTS?
Yeah. Thank you and good morning. My name is Peter Allstone. I'm a faculty scientist at the SHOTS Energy Research Center, associate professor at Cal Poly Humboldt. we're a research center on the campus of Cal Poly Humboldt, located in Arcata. Same region here as Blue Lake Rancheria Tribe, Hoopa Valley Tribe, and then in total 9 strong tribal nations, many tribal communities in our region. What we do in partnership with communities is a whole range of projects that start with identifying what the needs are, the challenges. Linnea mentioned a few of them just now. We do technology integration. We do grant writing and fundraising together with our partners to bring in the resources that are needed to follow through on tribal goals. And then once those funds are in place, act as owner's engineer, construction help, really all the different things that need to happen to get one of these projects into the world. We're very applied in our approach. We want to build things and figure out what's hard about it and how we can make it less expensive and help to reach 100% renewables, which is really, I think, the key goal. It's a statewide goal. That means 100% of the communities in the state are participating in that. So that's why we partner with tribal nations, along with all the community services that are provided. Tribes provide such important community services to our region. It's really important to have reliable power and also, self-determined sovereign energy systems for those communities. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. So this question is for everyone, and I guess we'll start with Linnea and maybe go down the line. How have EPIC funds and other state and federal public investments supported tribes in furthering tribal sovereignty to build capacity and attract additional funding to help achieve reliability and resilience goals?
So the EPIC funding and state funding, if we all know about energy grants, usually there is a large match that's required. The specific one we're facilitating is from the Department of Energy GRIP program, and we have to come up with a 1-to-1 match. So that brings up a heavy lift of securing match funding in the amount of $88 million, which is a heavy lift. And so having the ability to have programs that can help offset that, to support that. The previous panel talked about the research and development funding, which is absolutely critical for the new technology that's coming about in battery composition and the amount of solar. So having state programs is absolutely critical to our journey, because we have to have a combined portfolio of federal, state, philanthropic monies, and any in-kind services that we can come up with to make these projects a reality and a success. So it's programs like these that absolutely need continuous funding for us to be able to achieve these clean energy goals.
Thanks. Chairman?
At Saboba in Southern California, we're working on our project currently. It's an $8.5 million project that is going to provide about 1.5 megawatts of solar and battery backup to our facilities. This couldn't have been done without grants like EPIC and other grants within the state of California as well as federally. We're very happy to be able to take full advantage of those. We keep looking forward on how we can best improve our situation going forward. I mentioned earlier the needs of a growing tribe, and we are just that. And we need to look at our resources and see how we can, or what we can do to ensure that we can continue to provide the services to our membership for years to come. And we see energy and energy storage and battery backup as one of those avenues. That's a huge part in how we look forward, our forward thinking, just ensuring again that we are resilient and making sure that we can provide for our future.
Yeah, so EPIC funding has been important, but before I talk about that, it's probably important for everybody to know, look, that those of us in tribal governmental leadership, we're responsible for police on our reservations. We have a fire department. We have a brand new health clinic we just built. We're building a $15 million job training center with a makerspace in it. All of the elders food program work that we've done, which is like 30,000 meals a year for the last 20 years. And that's both native and non-native folks, elders in our community. All of those things are, you have to have proper infrastructure to make those work, to make our governments work, right? And electrical infrastructure is a big piece of that. And what we saw 20 years ago, or 15 years ago, intermittent power outages would disrupt all of those programs, including, We've got a tribal education agency that's got 20 different programs. So as far as leadership goes, we have to take care of that stuff ourselves. It's part of us. It's part of our job as sovereigns, and it's part of our belief in self-determination and the principles of self-determination that we take care of our own affairs. And so that getting back to your question, that early EPIC funding was where EPIC funding on the first round was our original microgrid, which was the first behind the meter microgrid in the state of California. And since the development of that microgrid, 8 or 9 other tribal nations have developed them. And, commercially that technology is out there. So, I mean, it's innovative. We wouldn't have microgrids in the state of California had it not be for that early EPIC funding. So it's very important.
Thank you. And Chairman Mazzetti. We're going to come back to
Going back to your question, I think we're fortunate in that we're a gaming tribe. However, had the funding not been there, this is way too expensive for a tribe to undertake. So the financial, the grants and incentives, that's how we got started. That's how we looked at it. And I think that's the key is I think for the average tribe, this is way out there as far as the cost and everything. They'll come down as things evolve, but that's what you have to look at. We got involved with it because of potential funding, the grant. I think in our case, about 22 million altogether with our project. But had we not had that opportunity, we wouldn't have undertaken this, to be quite blunt about it. But I think most tribes have to make that decision. Can I afford this? Down the road, can I take care of it? Can I maintain it? That's what you have to look at. So the upfront sometimes really looks great, but you got to look at the overall picture of maintaining it. In our case, we're going with battery backups for our gaming facility just for the chilling operation, for example. We're going to put in carport solar systems for our fire department. Same thing. We have to have it's emergency response area. We're actually for our region. We're the headquarters for emergency response for the rural area. So we have to have that up and running all the time. So doing the same thing there. We're going to put in several carport solar collectors and then battery systems there with our government. We're doing the same thing there. Again, a lot of carports, quite a few of them actually, and then the battery backup on that. Again, because that's our emergency, our nerve center, kind of our government operation. So what we looked at, where do we really need these for emergency purposes? And that's how we undertook this project. But again, had the federal funding and other funding not been there, we wouldn't have we couldn't afford it basically. So the incentive is really the tax credits. Now tribes can get credits, and then the financing. That's the key to undertake these things for us.
No, thank you. And then Peter, can you talk about what Schatz Energy Center has seen in regards to the benefits of these programs?
EPIC has been an important catalyst for the work that we've done in collaboration with tribes. It's funding that lets us with our partners take risks. These are well-informed risks. You've heard that, we get asked by government officials, is this going to work? Our police need it. We're not going to put something out into the world that's not going to work. We need to be really confident. It takes effort to build that confidence, to build that trust. And EPIC funding is one of the ways that we've been able to get the resources in place to take the time to get things ready for prime time. And then once they're there, we've seen so many people come see these projects that get built. They say, oh, this does work in the real world, and it's powering facilities that are important to the community, especially at Blue Lake Rancheria. I've seen so many tours of state officials, international delegations that come and learn about just what's possible and then go back and say, yeah, we can do that. So I think that's a really important role of the EPIC projects is that they're built and then they're, we write about them, but also people can come see them and see them working in the world.
I just wanted to add for the folks that are not on the reservation, not dealing with this, maybe the funding agencies, maybe other groups. You have to look at, you have a tribal council elected by our folks, that knows nothing about this. So as we're going through this, we're having to learn and we're having to make decisions. Are we going to obligate the tribe? So we have to start learning what all of this is about. And for us, it's taken 5 years. We haven't broken ground yet. That next year, we're going to finally break. It's taken 5 years of tribal council involvement, understanding the system, what's a battery, understanding the whole thing, you know, before we say, okay, we're going to the next step. And then you get in, all of a sudden, you've got pretty big potential expenses. So it better go. But looking at, so be it, my point, I guess I'm trying to make is understand when you're dealing with the tribe or tribal council, they're learning as we go too. You know, say they may be a little slower in reacting, or you may wonder, well, geez, I figured you guys would know this stuff. I mean, we don't. So I'm speaking for our tribe. I can't speak for any other tribe, but we had to learn as we go. And it's like I say, it's been a lot of consumption of time on the tribal council's part, learning this. In our case, it's taken 5 years to get where we are today.
And I know we've heard, at least I've heard from tribal government representatives over the last several years that we also need to be really investing in capacity building for tribes. I think Schatz Energy Center has been doing some of that in the North Coast. But any thoughts or feedback, and this was not a question on your list, so I'm just throwing it at you, about how we could do better in looking at capacity building to make sure that tribes are at the table for participating in these programs.
You're not ready for the model contract discussion, are you? Is that further down there?
You can mention it now if you want, or.
Okay, here we go. I had the privilege of working with the Department of Water Resources about 2 years ago to negotiate a contract with the Department of Water Resources for 5 tribes under the Southwest Region Water Authority. The contracting section in DWR were outstanding. The contract manager, the division. So they sent down the normal contract. I said, well, this normal state contract. I said, why don't we sit down and have a discussion on this? So when I met with the folks, I said, why don't you look, if you're going to contract with a tribe, you need to look at it as if you were contracting with the state of Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, some other state. What would you put in that contract? It took us a year to get through it, but it was really a good contract the way it should be. A lot of the standard form contracts, the state has used, the federal government uses, well, why do you use this? Well, we always have. That's the standard. You got to relook at some of this stuff. In other words, be open to looking at it. So like I say, it took us a year to get to this contract, but we developed it. Now, what does it do? It takes things out of the contract that, excuse me, a tribe may agree to begin with, but the state couldn't enforce it. So I have it in there. It took out it made an option for CEQA. Our tribe, can't speak for other tribes, we have not entered into a lot of contracts with the state because they require CEQA. That's state environmental law being imposed on federal land. We won't do it. So what do we do? How do we address that, for example? You could do CEQA because the tribe may have land that's not in trust status. You can do NEPA, which is federal environmental law, or you could do tribal environmental law if they have a tribal environmental section. Remember, these projects are on Indian land to begin with. So all of this stuff, like the tribes guaranteeing to collect child support. No, that's not our job, government, you know. So we came up with this model contract, which I would like to share with folks and get different departments to look at it. I talked to Secretary Crowfoot about it. DWR had it, it's been passed, it was vetted by all of the legal councils, you know. But this to me is a new form that each department should be looking at when you're dealing with a federally recognized tribe. The key thing is a state covered, because your responsibility as a state agency is to protect the taxpayer dollar. Well, that's covered. It's called a limited waiver of sovereign immunity, which it does the job. You don't need a full waiver of sovereign immunity, which a lot of departments require because they don't know what they're doing. So that's definitely will open up more tribes to be able to work with the state. Doesn't matter what agency, it could be Caltrans, could be any of them. you know, but this, what I call a model contract, needs to be looked at by more departments and understood and questioned. But I think it'll lead to a better relationship with tribes and contracting opportunities with tribes.
No, I appreciate that. And the PUC is looking at that and is part of our tribal rulemaking on our rulemaking on tribal policies. Yes, yes.
And then Chairman Mazzetti, I'd like to see a copy of that contract so we can use that as a model. So thank you for leading that. I kind of wanted to go back to the capacity issue. So Hoopa Public Utilities is a chartered entity of the tribe, but we're one of 60 departments. And a lot of tribes have issues with capacity because one person is wearing many hats. You know, we're dealing with the financial and the technical and the environmental and working with our legal staff and outside attorneys and consultants. And we're having to do that with a very handful of people. So when you talk about capacity, we absolutely need additional staff and additional resources to bring that on so we can be sustainable and have things in-house. My staff is, up to 28, but largely we don't have the time to deal with every single facet of a project, and we're having to take on the same enormous tasks as a normal government would. So that's one thing that we need capacity, continued funding for as well.
Yeah, capacity is one of those problems that it's a big reason why tribes are fallen behind or have fallen behind. And part of our work, and I sat on the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Indian Energy has a subgroup called the Infrastructure and Energy Working Group. And me and some of my colleagues tried to convince them for years to fund a regional energy person, or better yet, fund one for every tribe. And if we had that sort of dedicated resource or somebody actually working on it, then, we have a person focused on getting the job done and figuring out and understanding it. And it doesn't have to be always tribal leadership trying to do all of it all the time. So, it's been one of the things my tribe has done over the years is that we just went out of general fund to fund those positions. And what I found is that that money comes back, tenfold when you actually put a person on it, because there's resources out there. It's just that a lot of times you don't have the capacity to go get them. I see that right now with some of the DOE loan programs and some of the IRA monies. Is that if I had a financial professional that I could link with my energy person, that we could get some other things done, but I'm gonna have to go figure that out. And right now I don't have the capacity to do it. So it's very important, this idea about funding extra capacity.
I could say at the Shot Center, we're technical partners and just project partners with tribes. That looks like enhancing the capacity of tribes to do their work. It really takes a long-term partnership, building trust, sort of reciprocal relationships between the individuals at our research center and folks in tribal government, councils who don't just see us once, but see us multiple times over the years. Having that trusting relationship lets us be, actual capacity supporters of a tribe, and also helps us to send the capacity sort of development in the other direction too. Our funding agency partners, utility partners, helping to educate them about how tribes work, how can they best work with tribes. I think we heard there's kind of two-way capacity development that might be needed to really, bridge the gap for tribes. And I think us as we are part of this California State University system. We're part of the state. We sit between and are able to be that kind of connection between tribes and resources.
Just so you folks are aware, maybe many of you are, but tribes are not political subdivisions of the state. And don't look at tribes from that standpoint. We by law are equal to the state of California, not a county, not a subdivision, but equal to the state of California. So when you're dealing with a tribal government, it's just like if you're dealing with the state of Arizona or someplace else. But if you can start understanding that concept, I think we can get to contracts that both sides can really develop and get more done, actually. Thank you.
No, thank you. All good points. Councilman Ramos, Blue Lake Rancheria was as I think was mentioned before, the first EPIC microgrid on tribal land, and you've expanded your energy development. Can you talk about the projects and the benefits that the tribe has seen from those projects?
Yeah, so the first EPIC project was kind of our larger campus-wide microgrid. From that point, kind of going forward, we developed just a service station or gas station microgrid. So the panels are up on the covering over the gas pumps, and then the Tesla batteries in the back. And then we have one over at our tribal governmental center that we built brand new during COVID because we were kind of running out of space. Very interesting, you know, our microgrids serve as a community kind of refuge during times of crisis. And what some of you don't understand is that, you know, gas stations in rural communities, they're the grocery store, they're the drug store, and they're the gas station, right? So particularly when the power's off countywide, you know, our gas station is the only thing open. And we have a bunch of citizens from the broader community that come to our reservation because they know that we have power. We always turn our tent, which is the sprung structure, into kind of a community support center. So people know they can come there, they can charge their phone. We have water, we've got food in there if you need it. People buy ice continuously. There's a mile-long line to the gas stations. We have to actually curtail how much gas we sell each individual so that we just don't run it all the way out. The gas station also serves to refrigerate medicines for people. And that's one I never thought that we'd do, but insulin, those other medications that need to be refrigerated, we have a spot for that. Our hotel doubles as what ends up happening is we got a contract with, or an agreement with Mad River Hospital, and they will put patients on the 4th floor that need dedicated electricity for their health devices. The local newspaper uses one of the breakout rooms in the hotel to publish the countywide newspaper. So, I mean, there's a lot of community involvement in times of crisis with all three of those microgrids. Of course, the one on the governmental center keeps our government open so that we can continue to provide services and react to whatever crisis that is. We have an emergency operations center, and in our new building, that job training center, one of those breakout, or the second phase of that, is a makerspace, and that makerspace is also going to be an EOC, so an emergency operations center, and just finishing a contract with the local county sheriff, William Hansel, so that they can use that as an alternate location to run countywide EOC. So yeah, it really does matter in our county, and it really does provide tremendous broad-based services, not just to our tribe and other tribal members, but countywide.
No, thank you. That is a lot, and I'm not sure everyone in the room was aware of how much these microgrids are impacting the tribal communities as well as the other communities. And so next I want to go to Chairman Vivanco to talk about Saboba's project, which is one of the first to embrace a non-lithium technology for long duration energy storage. Can you talk about how the tribe got to deciding to use this technology and the benefits this project's going to provide to your tribe?
Sure. The reason why the tribe looked at going to this effort was obviously similar with other tribes and their thoughts. You know, we want to be good stewards of the land with the uncertainties of lithium battery storage and backup in its disposal right now. We want to look for a clean energy projects that provided that safety and that awareness to the grounds that it was attached to. And, you know, that was one of the primary reasons why we went that route. And then we looked at it, and the project you're specifically talking about is our fire department. We, as you heard, you know, we provide public safety and fire services on our reservation, our small community as well. And in times of power safety shutoffs, because we are in an area, a rural area, that would require that sometimes, you know, the energy is it's a primary source of life for some. You know, we have a lot of elders in our homelands that require medical devices that need energy. And through our project at our fire station, it provides resiliency and the ability to stay open 24/7. So, you know, it was a huge undertaking and thought for the tribe to make sure that we can ensure the safety of our members going forward and ensure that their devices would work. We can deliver the necessary medical needs to them on a real-time basis. So it was a huge part of our tribe's forward thinking. I'm thankful that Grid Alternatives was there to support us in those efforts. We provided rooftop solar panels at our parking area in our fire department, which provide to the battery storage facility. But again, it provides that resiliency and making sure that tribes can ensure their energy sovereignty. And I think that's a huge part of tribes forward thinking today and will be in the future.
Thank you. And Chairman Mazzetti, can you talk about how the EPIC funding has impacted Rincon and the project that your tribe is putting together, particularly in light of some of the public, the PSPS events, the public safety power shutoffs in relation similar to what?
Yeah, I think another point I want to make with these two gentlemen just made is that, I don't know if you're aware, but the majority of the gaming operations that are in the rural areas are designated like we are with the Red Cross as an evacuation site. The hotels are used to put people up that are without, we've served food to the emergency responders. So when you look at a game facility, it also has another function. It's the hub in terms of evacuation. Like with us, like I said, we're designated with the Red Cross also for the whole area. But by having in our case, adding more solar collectors and having the battery backup, we'll have that in the event the power shut off. Am I answering your question? I don't know.
Yes.
I get some, but now as far as the community, if something happens to fire, we'll have our fire department ready to go. It'll have the battery backup. It's also the emergency command for North County area, not just a reservation, but the whole area. So it becomes a command post for any kind of major flooding, fires, so forth. So again, having that operational at all times with the battery backup, we have generators too, but also the battery backup system. We also have one of our projects is one of our wells we're putting on our major well, we're putting onto the battery, a big backup system. We have a generator, but this will be a bigger system that will service our main water system. But folks don't realize on the reservations, you're pretty much relying on your own wells. So we had a 2007 fire that wiped out the reservation. What happened is, as soon as the power was cut off, none of the wells worked. So we couldn't fight fire. So we're going to have that ability. We have generators on those wells now, but we'll also have this backup. So again, it's something like I talked to our folks about, and I think all the tribes are the same. If you feel safe, then you know you're safe. It's up to us on councils to make sure that you feel safe. So we have to demonstrate that we have the backup system for you to be safe. I don't know, it kind of goes around the circles. You got to feel safe to be safe, if that makes sense to you. So, but that's our job, is to make sure that those things are in place. And that's what this does for us. And the community sees it. You know, we're pretty much in the valley. Most reservations are a certain area. The folks are all there. So they pretty much know what's going on.
No, thank you. And I know, as Linnea mentioned earlier, many of the tribes in California are on some of the worst circuits in the state. And with the extreme weather events we've been seeing with PSPS, tribes have even had a harder time ensuring resiliency and reliability. And with that, I'm hoping, Linnea, you can talk about the Tribal Energy Resilience and Sovereignty Project, which is a federally funded project that also includes EPIC funding. And
Absolutely. And I wanted to thank the tribes that have developed microgrids, before us. It gives an example of success, and this can take place. Having Blue Lake and the Redwood Airport microgrid in our region is just a shining example of that we can do things. So the Terrace project is Tribal Energy Resilience and Sovereignty, and it's composed of 6 different parties. And anyone that knows your chairman, to have tribes collaborate, multiple tribes collaborate is a huge undertaking because we are sovereign governments. So the lead applicant is the Redwood Coast Energy Authority. They're a joint power agency and our local CCA. We have Schatz Energy Research Center as our technical lead, who's an amazing partner. And we have the Blue Lake, Yurok, Hoopa, and Karuk tribes that are all part of this project. 3 of those tribes are served off the Hoopa 1101 circuit, which is a circuit that I talked about that is in the top 1% worst performing. We will have 3 nested microgrids along that circuit that have the ability to island and serve the greater community when these storms hit. It is going to be a real game changer, and it is something that we absolutely need in our region. Unlike the tribes here, I feel like we're at the beginning of our journey, but even to get to the beginning of the journey, we have years of investment in. We submitted an application for GRIP 1, which was a larger tribal microgrid project that was unsuccessful or was not awarded. But what that did was gave us so much technical knowledge, so much ways to put this next regional application together. And luckily, we're just at the tail end of negotiations, which we expect to be completed by the end of 2024, which is absolutely amazing. The project is going to be 5 years, and it is going to take, so you think about 2030, it seems like a long time, and a lot of investment and a lot of engagement and a lot of commitment by our project partners. But we look forward to having, energy resiliency. You talk about PSPS, but it's also the local EPSS events where, it's immediately shutting down that circuit. We just had one yesterday before I left, and it's always kind of shocking when the power goes out because you're wondering, like, I live in an older home, and I'm like, oh no, did the the wiring go out? And I think a lot of people on reservations can relate to that. But we have an ambitious project over the next 5 years that will provide solar. We're looking at micro hydro and battery storage solutions to help meet our goals. And we look forward to the next 5 years and improving resiliency. One of the commissioners mentioned affordability. One thing that has to stay at the forefront is making these sustainable. So we have to have, additional funding for the O&M that's necessary. The 15 or 20 when the battery needs to be replaced, we need to have replacement costs. So you're looking at pro forma analysis, and you're looking at cash flow projections. So there's a lot of different facets. It's not just the infrastructure development technical, it's also the financial feasibility that we have to be very mindful of as well. So I look forward to the next 5 years and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Peter, from a technical provider perspective, did you want to add anything either about SHOT's role in the Terrace project or key considerations that you take into account when working with tribal partners?
Yeah, so this Tribal Energy Resilience and Sovereignty project is very cool. It takes microgrids up to the next scale. And we've heard about kind of campus critical facility microgrids. Those are the first places we want to get backup clean power. The Terrace microgrid is going to cover 130 distribution circuit miles, 2,000 customers in a rugged remote area that the average customer experiences 100 hours of blackout a year. 100 hours, not minutes. What that means for people is that their freezers are thawing out that have valuable food that they drove 2 hours to the grocery store to get, or they gathered and are waiting for ceremony. These are critically important needs to serve. So we've got, what we see is that everybody deserves reliable power. And also when you have blackouts that frequent, people aren't willing to invest in electric vehicles and electrified heating. So this decarbonization challenge is just not on the table in places where the power is going out. So this microgrid is a really important investment. We're bringing together investments from the state, from the federal government, so EPIC funds, along with Department of Energy GRIP funds through the bill, the bipartisan infrastructure law. This is going to be about a $200 million investment. It's an important investment for these communities, but it's also going to create a template that we think could be really important for showing microgrids as a cost-effective additional solution alongside traditional hardening, wildfire undergrounding, and other kinds of armoring that happen on circuits. The state's spending billions of dollars on those kinds of investments right now. If you just kind of back of the envelope, what would it take to underground this whole circuit? We're talking about a $1 billion investment. So the microgrid starts to look pretty affordable there. Plus, these are not ratepayer funds in general. The EPIC funds are ratepayer funds, but a lot of the funds that we're bringing to this are outside of the rate base, so to speak. So we're looking for these other models of providing affordable, safe, reliable power. We also think that this is a project that's going to show how microgrids can integrate a lot more renewable energy onto the legacy infrastructure. So we've got about a 2 megawatt load on that system. We're integrating 20 megawatts of solar, hydro, batteries into that system. So really, I think we're going to do a lot for the community, but also as a model for other places that are experiencing similar challenges.
No, thank you. And I think as each of our panelists have mentioned, these microgrids are being built in rural communities, and workforce development, I think, is also an issue for tribal communities, and making sure that you have the technical expertise to come in and build this and also provide jobs. So I wanted to open it up to the panel to see if anyone wants to comment on workforce development and some of the things that your tribes are doing to address that, or how that plays into this. Councilman Ramos?
Sure enough. So in Blue Lake, really you see on the North Coast, generally, you see a lot of workforce development needs on the horizon. So that is also the call area for some offshore wind. And of course, there has to be some port development, and there's some other challenges up there first. But it's likely within the next 15 years, there will be offshore wind projects up there. So my tribe's already trying to get their arms around some of the job training, not only looking forward to that and port development, but also really to support some of our other electrical infrastructure and microgrid technology. So I know over at Cal Poly, they're in the process of building a microgrid lab. I think in the meantime, through the 2.0 or the Terrace project, there'll be some opportunity for field work at the BLR, at the Blue Lake Rancheria, for students. Then of course, we're building our own training center. It's called the TAM Resilience Center. And it's a business incubation and job training center. And we plan on integrating, and here's the challenging part. The challenging part is that we want to be able to integrate what we do on reservation with existing educational systems throughout the county. So that means Humboldt County Office of Education's our partner, Cal Poly's our partner, College of the Redwoods our partner, Two Feathers to some degree. They have some programs, and then our own tribal education agency. So trying to find a way that's most cost effective and non-duplicative, because we don't want to repeat other people's work, that would actually develop pathways for our own tribal membership or county tribal membership to get involved and get some extra job training to go back and support their tribe as we develop these projects. So that's the goal. It's easier said than done, but we're actively working towards that.
I just wanted to mention, council member, so Blue Lake is also able to secure some philanthropic funding. And I get to be part of the group that's developing a low voltage electrician apprenticeship program. And so that's something that is going to be greatly beneficial to have tribal members be able to attain this education, and then building a training facility and having the local resilience that's absolutely necessary is critical. One thing else on the workforce is that we're simultaneously building out fiber optic networks. And so one thing that was kind of a shame is, HOOPA and other regional partners, we have a $65 million award from NTIA, from the Department of Commerce, for full fiber optic build out, which we're going to use for the energy management systems data transmission, the reclosers, the controls that are necessary. But that's a hindrance because that 65 million, although we're going to use fiber optic infrastructure, cannot be used towards the project. Being that, that's my point in saying that is we have our broadband staff that are actively learning networks. And so we hope to bring them over on the HOOPA public utility side to look at the energy management systems, management and infrastructure and building of the solar panels and learning how to properly care for those. So we need in-house skill sets, which I do believe we're trying to secure funding, especially on the low voltage election side, that we need in our region. So that's something that we're actively working together with as well, along with higher education, with our JCs and our College Institute. Thanks.
Peter, did you want to say?
Yeah, as an educator, I hear from students all the time how excited they are to get into this world right now. We're building a lot of transmission capacity, but the human capacity that's going to get built in the next generation is even more important for actually delivering those projects and also working with communities to make sure that the projects are meeting community needs. So there's a whole range of skill sets that are out there. I'm an engineering professor, but it's not just engineers. We need project managers and finance people and business folks, everybody to participate. And I think through the Terrace project and our other projects with tribal partners, it's really exciting to see how we can work to bring community members, youth, and not youth, older people, into those jobs. We're looking for new ways of supporting pre-apprenticeship programs, entry into apprenticeships with unions, with other labor organizations. And I think that we see that as a necessary condition to getting to the goals, is having the workforce able to operate these systems. We don't just build an energy system once and then let it run forever. I wish it would work that way, but it just doesn't. We need operations and maintenance staff, and that's important. Those are good jobs in rural communities often, but people need the training in order to do those jobs, and lots of folks are needed.
No, thank you. So I think we're going to be closing on this last question, and just wanted to give everyone a chance to give any final thoughts that you'd like the audience to hear about how tribes and state entities can work together as we're moving forward with our clean energy transition in California. And Chairman Vivanco.
I would just like to thank the state. You heard from a number of tribal leaders today that this is a hot topic at our table now today, and it may not have been 15, 20 years ago. We weren't even thinking this route, but now I'm thankful for our tribe, Saboba. We have an environmental department that is very forward thinking, as well as a tribal executive officer that leads our everyday charge and looking for these opportunities with the state, with federal government, to ensure our resiliency and our stewardship of the land. I think that needs to be taken into consideration. And I also appreciate you for having us here today. I appreciate the discussion with everybody, and thank you for having me.
Yep, I would like to close with just a couple of thoughts. The original EPIC funding really launched our first of its kind behind the meter microgrid, and later that ended up with the county building their microgrid at the airport. And Peter learned some things on our project that he applied there at the airport, and it continued to grow and continue to get better. And as we go through this Terrace project, and I like to call that our microgrid 2.0, and we modernize the technology, I see the same thing happening. So I think that initial money really helped out not only our tribes, but a lot of the citizens of the state of California. And I think it's really been positive, and I'm really appreciative of that, of the whole EPIC program. And it did a lot of good so far. And I think that we're not done. We're getting ready for 2.0. And look, they've got a whole division now where they're going to be teaching students at the university about microgrids. So from really small beginnings, it really bloomed.
Peter, Linnea, and then I'm going to give Chairman Mazzetti the last word. If you want to- Or do you want to go next?
Yeah, so as a state agency person, I'll say that our partnerships with tribes have been incredibly valuable for us to do our work. And I'd encourage others to, let me say, one of the ways that it's worked is that we're working with our neighbors in our region. We see each other all the time in different places. And building those relationships locally in a place, I think, is one of the important things that folks can think about. So if you're wondering, like, well, how can I partner with a tribe? You live on tribal land, and you can find a tribe who is nearby and who probably has some needs for support and partnership. That would be the place to reach out. So I'll just, remembering the importance of place, I think, is what I'll leave us with.
I'll be short here. I was just thinking when we're talking up here, 5 or 6 years ago, when you talk to a tribe about a microgrid, oh, what the hell is that? It's new to us, and a lot of tribes still are unaware of them. So it's an educational process. But again, I want to go back to what I talked about before in reference to the model contract, how to deal with tribes. It's really talking to each other versus talking at each other. I think that's the key. So if we can get that in there, talking to people versus at people, we'll make a lot more progress.
No, thank you. That's important for all of us to remember. And then Linnea.
So I would just like to say that, all of these projects takes a lot of time and commitment. And I'm proud to be part of the project. The Hoopa Valley Tribe is proud to be part of this project. We're trying to address climate issues, which we're seeing with drought and, the extreme weather storms and fire threats. We're in a tier 2, tier 3 fire threat district. And so we look forward to having climate mitigation measures, implementing those, coming up with energy resiliency, helping the state and our country meet our clean energy goals. And we absolutely need the resources to do that. Sovereign tribal governments are great partners. We not only serve our tribal communities, but the broader regions. And so I really look forward to being part of this clean energy army, if you will. And I'm really proud to be part of it. And we absolutely need our state partnerships to make this a success. So it takes everybody to make this journey happen. And so I appreciate our state partners. Thank you.
So I want to thank all of our panelists for being here today. I think this is the beginning of a conversation. We've heard a lot of good advice for state entities and utilities and working with tribes. We've heard a lot about the successes that the tribes have seen and the need to continue this discussion. So again, thank you everyone for being here, and I look forward to continuing the discussion and seeing more partnerships between the state and tribes. Yes, get that to me. That would be great. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. So just want to thank Commissioner Hauk and our tribal council members, as well as Peter, for joining us today. We're now going to head into the lunch portion of our program. Again, lunch is either for purchase at Jesse's Cafe on site, but there's also a list of restaurants that we have available on the Zoom events page on our website and available outside. Lunch will be 80 minutes and we'll be convening here at 12:30. And I encourage you all to check out the tech showcase. We have a Monarch tractor outside for someone who's interested in seeing an AI tractor. But we also have about a little more than a dozen tech showcase booths in the auditorium. So we'll see you here after lunch.
The need that I saw for solar photovoltaics was to improve their power performance. As they get hot every day, and they do warm up quite a bit, their performance drops every single day, about 25%. I looked for a solution where we could utilize that thermal energy and that what we call waste heat to create thermal energy as well, and maybe double the energy output of the overall system. Icarus has been on the forefront of developing hybrid photovoltaic thermal technology for the past 7 years. We've developed a proprietary heat extraction system that is designed to work with all the different PV panels. The brains of the Icarus system is our control and monitoring system that collects data from points throughout our system. It measures and monitors the pressures, temperatures, and flow rates throughout the systems. It monitors the weather conditions. It develops a customer usage profile. And through all of these different parameters and many others, it optimizes the performance of hot water versus electric power for each particular user's needs.
The Empower Innovation Network enabled Icarus to work with ArchNexus to help design an Icarus Quartet hybrid cogeneration system for Fairview Terrace, a net zero building for GFO 20-305, the next EPIC challenge, reimagining affordable mixed-use development in a carbon-constrained future.
The Icarus system is ideal here because we can still provide photovoltaics, additional power from the photovoltaics, and the hot water needs of that building without consuming natural gas or utility power generated electricity. As we scale, the impact will be twofold. First of all, we're making it more affordable. More commercial business owners will buy our product than they would a traditional solar photovoltaic system because it pays for itself more quickly. At the same time, we're reducing CO2 emissions and natural gas consumption in those same operations. So we're reducing the cost further and helping to clean up the air.
In the years to come, millions of lithium batteries will be decommissioned from electric vehicles, so think mountains of battery waste. Even when no longer capable of the range needed on the road, these used EV batteries can retain about 80% of their initial capacity. Rather than prematurely recycling them in an expensive and energy-intensive process, we can use them for stationary storage for solar, powering our homes, businesses, and grid for years to come. In order to be repurposed though, all of those batteries must be tested for safety and state of health. Right now, the Second Life battery industry can't even get out of the gate. Today's commercially available technology, testing can take more than 10 hours per battery. Rejual's solution can achieve comparable results in as little as 30 seconds. Our technology combines a state-of-the-art technique, electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, with our proprietary signal processing and machine learning algorithms to achieve fast and accurate battery testing. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will join us in our journey.
Alexa, what's the best time to charge my car?
The best time is now, and it will use approximately 12.0 kilowatt hours for a cost of $3.24. But if you wait to 4 p.m., it will cost $5.16.
California's $3 trillion economy is on track to reduce GHG emissions 90% by 2050. What we buy makes a difference. It can have huge greenhouse gas impacts, Purchasing climate-friendly options can be complicated, especially if it's an emerging technology. Empower Procurement's Product Evaluation Hub can help. With evaluations for 15 product categories, get information and application guidance for each category. Products are independently tested by leading research organizations with transparent testing methodologies and results. No marketing claims or pitches. No follow-up sales calls. Straightforward technical and performance information on every product. And select multiple products for a side-by-side comparison. Carbon-conscious purchasing made easy. Rigorous and unbiased evaluations by leading laboratories. It's information you can trust. Visit energyproductevaluations.org.
Electric motors are everywhere. Water pumps, irrigation, fans and compressors and air conditioners. There can be over 100 electric motors in a car. Appliances, power tools, medical equipment. It's no wonder that electric motors are the largest end-use consumer of electric power in the world. It makes sense that government policies to lower greenhouse gases have targeted electric motors, requiring more efficient motors to be used in new products and as replacements of aging motors. But there are problems. Standard electric motors have an iron core wrapped with copper wire. One way to increase the efficiency is to add more iron and copper wire. This makes the motor larger and heavier. So large that conventional high-efficiency replacement motors are often too large to fit the pre-existing motor enclosures of the less efficient motor it replaces. Another way to increase the efficiency is to operate with a variable speed drive. But there are problems there also. Variable speed drives are large and cumbersome. They are commonly separated from the motors they are controlling, reducing system efficiency. Using a grant from EPIC and other investors, GreenTech Motors is working on a solution, a smaller, lighter, high-efficiency density motor with an integrated variable speed drive. Based on licensed technology initially developed by Boeing's Phantom Works in Seal Beach, California for planetary rover applications, GTM is perfecting motor technology that will help solve energy problems for planet Earth. GTM's motor drive technology incorporates innovations that dramatically reduce motor weight. Laminated sheet winding instead of wire uses much less copper and iron, increasing efficiency while reducing the size and weight of the motor. These and other innovations make the GreenTech HED motor 1/5 the size of comparable motors, easily fitting existing applications as replacements. And it makes it possible to integrate power factor corrected rectifier front end and variable frequency drive technology into an HED and still be lighter and smaller than existing comparable motors. With help from EPIC, GreenTech high efficiency density motors are the future of electric motors.
Hello, California Energy Commission and attendees of the 2024 EPIC Symposium. At Gradient, we're excited to share the transformative progress of our all-weather 120-volt window heat pump technology that combines the ease of installation of a window air conditioner with the performance of a high-end mini-split. Thanks to EPIC's support, we've enhanced our system's heating performance for colder climates, and earlier on, we established our first manufacturing line right here in California. The impact of CEC EPIC funding has been instrumental. This strategic investment has accelerated our technological advancements, enabling us to overcome significant barriers in electrification, especially within multifamily and low-income buildings. With EPIC's support, we're making significant strides towards a sustainable future. And the feedback from customers has been tremendous. Gradient was named a winner in the New York City Housing Authority Clean Heat for All Challenge with its proposed cold climate heat pump technology. Under the award, Gradient will provide 10,000 of our heat pumps to the Housing Authority. Here's some feedback that we've gotten from residents based on a pilot that we've done with the agency that's been ongoing since December of 2023. We also partnered with Redwood Energy and the Electric Power Research Institute for some initial installations of our product in California's Central Valley. One key result of this product was a reduction in utility bills for more than 50% of the residents. Lastly, the Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance micro heat pump field study revealed that tenants highly value the Gradient for its ease of installation, efficient performance, user-friendly design, and unique all-in-one heating and cooling features, making it a standout choice in the market. Thank you for tuning in, and please reach out to us at sales@gradientcomfort.com with any questions or if you're interested in installing one of our all-weather 120-volt window heat pumps in your building.
The Velara Aquathermair is a multifunction heat pump that provides three main thermal needs of a home: space heating, space cooling, and domestic hot water heating. The Aquathermair is being field demonstrated in 2 apartments of a multifamily building in the San Joaquin Valley and is funded by 2 EPIC grants. For this demonstration, the Aquathermair utilizes a low GWP refrigerant R454B. Here's how it works.
The system operates like a traditional heat pump during normal space heating and cooling,
pumping heat from outside to inside the home during heating, and pumping heat from inside and exhausting it outside during cooling. When the hot water thermostat, aquastat, indicates the need for hot water, it sends a signal to the Aquathermair controller, turning on the compressor and activating the refrigerant valve assembly. Heat is pumped from outdoors to the hot tank refrigerant to water coil. Because the Aquathermair compressor is 10 times larger than a typical hot water heat pump compressor, the recovery time is also 10 times faster. When a hot water faucet is turned on, cold water enters the water-to-water coil in the hot tank at about 65 degrees. After circulating through the stored hot water in the tank, it exits at 120 degrees. And with its rapid recovery time, you'll rarely experience a hot water shortage. With a standard heat pump, this cycle lasts about 7 minutes, during which time it's blowing cold air into the home. When the Aquathermair controller receives a call for defrost from the outdoor unit, it pumps heat from the hot tank to de-ice the outdoor coil rather than from the indoor space, so occupants never feel cold air. And due to the temperature of the hot water, this defrost cycle is completed in around 2 minutes, allowing the unit to return to productive heating in less than a third of the normal defrost time and eliminating the cold air caused by defrost cycles. Aquathermair provides this rapid hot water recovery and system defrost without the use of electric resistance heaters, eliminating the need for additional power. Aquathermair can operate in a unique 2-for-1 mode when there are simultaneous demands for cooling and hot water. It can pump heat from inside the home, cooling the space, and transfer this heat straight to the hot tank, providing cooling and heating at the same time.
Hello, my name's Hal Nelson. I'm the CEO and co-founder of ResIntel, a California Energy Commission funded company. And we overcome gaps in building data. There's a lack of energy information, there's a lack of building and property information, and this is butting up against new programs and new demands from regulators. So what we do is take a black and white world and make it Technicolor. We give utilities and local governments information about each building and their energy use. And you can see some examples here in terms of income, building envelope, electrical panel capacity, and other things. We've mapped about 17 million meters in California to their properties, more than anyone else. We have a suite of tools that enable us to do that effectively. And then we use a whole range of public and privately available data sets to create existing equipment predictions for each property. That gives us then information to match in energy efficiency equipment retrofit recommendations. We host all this information in a super secure and fast dashboard for program implementers primarily, so that they don't have to roll a truck to scope out a building or property's energy information. We also do a lot of remote sensing, and here's an example of our solar PV tool, and this identifies the solar capacity on each building, accounting for roof setbacks, obstructions, tree shading, and other things. The goal, combined with the energy efficiency measures, the solar PV helps us identify which properties are candidates for net zero retrofits, especially in low income and disadvantaged communities. The users of our software platform are DSM program planners and administrators and implementers. And if you'd like to learn more, here's a QR code and an email. Thank you very much.
Our project is titled Hybrid Smart Grid-Tied Exterior Lighting Systems, and it addresses the problems of low-quality, inefficient exterior lighting conditions in low-income and disadvantaged communities. Exterior lighting load is typically highest during off-peak times, late at night and early mornings. However, during the early evening hours from 5 to 9 p.m., exterior lighting is extremely coincident with peak load. So to shift this exterior lighting load without turning off the light, we have a battery system. Currently, off-grid solar LED lighting is available, but it comes at a higher cost, or it has weather-restricted operation. So by adding this grid connection, it allows us to utilize solar energy without being concerned about the weather-preventing operation. Our objective is to develop, produce, install, and test a novel integrated LED lighting solution that has solar generation and battery storage capabilities for low-income and disadvantaged communities. And that will lead to higher lighting quality as well as promoting safe community activities at night.
What's unique about our solution in this project, it's a wraparound solar pole. So it's a wraparound solar panel around the side of the pole. It's much less obtrusive. It's not a large sail sitting on top of the pole, but this allows it to be very obscure, and most people wouldn't even know that it's a solar panel. But meanwhile, it's collecting sunlight all throughout the day. And so we're able to store energy and use it that night. And so we estimate that we're going to reduce grid consumption by at least 90% versus the traditional HID light. Allow the lights to work during outages, during wildfires, definitely being a more sustainable and reliable lighting technology that will serve the underserved communities better than any lighting product that they had before.
The first being Del Norte Pier in Eureka, California. The second, which is also in Eureka, California, is the Waterfront Trail. The third is Seacliff Highlands, which is located in Apatos, California. Fourth is Eden Baywood, which is located in Fremont, California. Fifth is East Rancho Verde, which is located in Southern California. And finally, the Creekside Early Learning Center. We will be installing a total of 86 poles with 102 lighting fixtures.
And the retrofit pole design is hurricane and flood resistant as well. The goal is to install the technology in low-income and disadvantaged communities for maximum community benefit.
Zelos Energy is pleased to highlight our CEC EPIC project, in which we developed sustainable battery technology for backup power applications. Our CEC project advanced rechargeable alkaline battery cells, offering cost savings, long service life, and excellent safety for backup power applications. With EPIC support, we achieved significant project objectives. We advanced from TRL 4 to 6 and demonstrated battery prototypes with energy densities over 70 watt-hours per kilogram for 500 cycles. A third-party assessment found Zelos battery cells outperform energy storage alternatives in multiple environmental criteria, including 77% lower greenhouse gas footprint than lithium-ion.
Hi, I'm Dhrupad Nagar, a Director of Emerging Technology with Strategy Consulting. In our application development and market research report for Zelos, we found that if 1,000 households were to receive Zelos energy storage systems, the savings would total between $5 to $8 million. This could be used on environmental remediation, public health, or other vital needs, rather than on lithium-ion technology.
In order for the global energy supply to move away from hydrocarbons and towards solar and wind, you need to solve the problem of storage, energy storage in the electricity grid. Sadly, the world doesn't have good solutions to that yet, and battery technology is one of many potential solutions. But the problem is that the batteries that are out there are too expensive and are themselves environmentally damaging. So if one could come up with a low-cost battery that had a reliable supply chain and was itself a green battery in the sense that it was recyclable and that there weren't any toxic materials in it, then you have the silver bullet that civilization needs to keep moving forward. And I believe Zelos has that technology. So I'm incredibly excited, not just because it's a significant breakthrough in energy storage, but because the impact of dramatic improvements in energy storage on the environmental problems that we have.
What if we knew that a hurricane is on the way over the Hawaiian island of Maui, and given our fire weather forecast, it could lead to a large-scale wildfire? Could we have sounded the alarms well ahead of time for utilities, authorities to mitigate the risk and save the loss of lives, trauma, and devastation that it created? That is exactly what we can help you do. Introducing Climaformatics. Hi, I am Subarna Bhattacharya, CEO and co-founder Climaformatics, together with my founding partner, Dr. Detlina Ivanova, and an august team of interns and students and advisors. We bring to you Climaformatics technology. At Climaformatics, we predict localized climate 1 day to 1 year ahead with up to 95% accuracy to help businesses prepare proactively for seasonal and annual operations that protect businesses from unforeseen extreme climate risks. For the energy sector, this really helps in an improved energy economy overall, right from predictions of energy production, capacity forecasting, energy pricing and revenue prediction, energy infrastructure maintenance decisions. All of that results in an improved economy. Our data products forecast solar power, net load, fire weather, and localized climate. They enable actionable, climate-smart, proactive risk resilience for electricity grids. We have several ongoing pilot contracts with CalSeed, paid by California Energy Commission Awards. We are having contract currently for building the dashboard with early alert warning system for gridware. We are building a solar-powered irrigation technology dashboard for Umida Ag, a Central Valley company. And we are working with a fire weather dashboard to deliver to CAL FIRE. Other than that, we are also working with Excel Energy on the early alert warning system. Our market is California's solar utility market, and we have several value propositions for solar power forecasting, early alert warning system, solar powered irrigation, capacity modeling. With that, we tell you about our go-to-market strategy. We are threefold strategies with direct-to-customer, channel partners, and enterprise level. We are expanding right now from California to nationwide in steps. We are looking for funding, and we expect to be in the market in 2 years. Thank you.
Is this my mic?
You're gonna push that, hold it for them. If it's to them, press it.
So red is off.
Dead, green is on.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. For our folks in the audience and online, we're beginning to get people coming, attendees back in the room trickling in for lunch. So we're probably going to start in about 5 minutes. In about 5 minutes time, we're going to start for our Pitchfest coming back from lunch. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon portion of our EPIC Symposium. We have folks beginning to trickle in from lunch, as well as a pretty strong audience online. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our Pitchfest. So joining us, for those of you who are unawares, the EPIC program has a number of different funding opportunities for all different stages of companies, whether it's early stage or later stage production. And one of our funding programs is CalSeed. That is for our early stage startup companies. We often have a lot of partners, companies that are looking to get that early stage seed funding to develop their product. And so here today, we have from New Energy Nexus to kick us off our moderator, Rebecca Lee, the managing director. And I'll go ahead and pass it off to you then to kick it off. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Welcome, everyone. Good afternoon. Hope everyone got a good lunch. I'm Rebecca Lee from New Energy Nexus, and I'm the managing director. Before I jump in, just briefly to share a little bit about New Energy Nexus and the CalSeed program, I want to introduce Joy Larson. Down here in front, Joy, if you can wave to folks. Joy is the one that leads. She's the mastermind behind the CalSeed program. Most of the entrepreneurs, you probably know Joy better than you know me. So just want to say thanks to Joy for bringing us here. New Energy Nexus is a global nonprofit. We provide funding, accelerators, training, and networks to drive clean energy innovation, deployment, and adoption. And in 2016, we received EPIC funding from the Energy Commission to help launch the California Sustainable Energy Entrepreneur Development, or CalSeed initiative. So the CalSeed works with early stage entrepreneurs to accelerate technological innovations that have the potential to meaningfully advance a just and clean energy transition. And the program itself entails targeted professional development services for our cohorts, such as mentorship and also engagement with regional innovation clusters. This is a really key component to the program, as well as funding support. So this is grant funding, opportunities, and also access and connection to next level private capital partners. And with the CalSeed program awardees have secured more than $1.5 billion in follow-on private investment since 2016. And another important aspect about the program is that this program is part of a larger energy innovation pipeline, working together with government as well as innovation partners to bring clean energy concepts that advance energy to market. So that's a little bit about the program, a little bit about New Energy Nexus. And now I'm going to shift to our Pitchfest, which is why you all are here. I'm super excited to be here with 4 CalSeed alumni companies to give you a glimpse into their breakthrough technologies and range of benefits they bring to Californians. I really encourage you after the Pitchfest later today to take some time to meet with them in between sessions. We actually have an area set up right outside the auditorium. You can look for the New Energy Nexus, the CalSeed sign. We're set up in the corner by the bathrooms so that you can hear a little bit more from these folks directly, as well as learn about the 143 CalSeed companies that we've supported to date and the benefits that they bring to Californians. So with that, I'll introduce our innovators one at a time for their pitches. And if you have any questions, please keep them in your mind. We're going to go through the pitches, and at the end, we'll have some time for Q&A. So with that, I'll go ahead and we're going to start with Subarna Bhattacharya, co-founder and CEO of Climeformatics. Subarna.
Thank you. What if we knew that a hurricane is on the way over the Hawaiian Islands of Maui, and given our fire weather forecast, it could start a large-scale wildfire? Could we have sounded the alarms for the authorities, utilities, stakeholders to take proactive action to minimize the loss, the devastation, loss of lives, properties, and so much more? A similar thing happened a few years back in California, a big wildfire that wiped out the town of Paradise. Could we have predicted that heat wave, wildfire, all the extreme weather stuff well ahead of time, 1 year ahead of time, a few seasons ahead, so that we can take proactive measures? That is exactly what we can help you do. We can help you predict the localized climate, fire weather, heat wave, and so much more 1 year ahead. That helps us to climatize your solutions for your businesses. Next slide, please. So I'm Subarna Bhattacharya, CEO, co-founder, Clienformatics. Together with my co-founder, Dr. Detlina Ivanova, we build this technology together. At Clienformatics, we predict localized climate 1 year ahead of time at hyperlocal resolutions to take care of those unforeseen climate risks and help you proactively prepare, protect your business from this climate change and climate-related catastrophes. Our products are solar power forecasts, net load forecast, extreme weather forecast, fire weather forecast, and we can do them with a lot of accuracy. We not only use the climate models and weather technology, but we also use them to guide our predictions. And that's what makes our technology very unique. It is not simply an AI that is data-driven, but it learns from the physics of the models. And that's why we get accurate forecasts every time. Next slide, please. So these are some examples of our product dashboards that we are currently developing, and this is definitely facilitated by the EPIC award, the CalSeed awards that we received for the concept and the prototype. On your right side, you see the early alert warning system, which we are working with the utilities that can showcase how many times or how many heat waves, how many fire weathers are coming your way, and what is the risk. And it has high granularity. The bottom two panels, one on the left is the solar powered irrigation that we are working for Media Ag, which actually is using our technology to use solar power at the peak power time to drive the irrigation in a greener, cheaper way. The fire weather forecast, we are working on that dashboard with CAL FIRE. It can uniquely predict the fire weather 1 season to a few seasons ahead of time, which gives the CAL FIRE the ability to procure and plan their resources accordingly and mitigate risk. The time to fight a fire is not when the fire has started. It's well before that. And that's what we can enable with our work. Next slide, please. So our addressable market is many. However, we are focusing on the energy sector, particularly the solar energy sector here in California. And while we have many value propositions, as you can see on the early alert warning system, on the solar power forecast, but the interesting application we are finding, which is adding new business model or making new business models possible, is actually capacity and overcapacity forecasting, so that the excess solar power that utility can generate can be used to drive all this, say, for example, irrigation, as Umida Ag has been planning. So that can actually drive down the cost of electricity to the clients, as well as provide greener, cheaper power, and can also open up new business models about buying and selling those overcapacity power. Other than that, we are also able to do capacity forecasting, say for a year, you want to know how much solar power behind the solar meter you're going to generate. And if you're a utility, you would want to know specific to zip codes or address levels as to how many customers producing how much, so that you want to know how much more is needed to provide to balance all the demand. And we are very excited to start this work with, we have put a proposal with Sonoma Clean Power, and it is currently under consideration. And these are latest technologies we are developing and testing and piloting with them. Thank you. Next slide, please. So introducing our team, we are very fortunate to have august body of our advisors. Me and the co-founder, Dr. Detlina Ivanova, we are all formerly from Lawrence Livermore National Lab, working at the IPCC Working Group 1, the Nobel winning group. And our story started when we were working as postdocs in the lab. Basically, why we were not able to understand that we were getting into big droughts and we didn't have any warning. How can we bring such a warning to the communities, to the energy sector, which is affected by it? And that's what actually started our work towards Climaformatics. We are having a core team of developers in software, business, marketing across mostly graduates from University of California, Berkeley, Riverside, UCLA, San Jose State. And yeah, we are thankful for all the support that is provided by CalCIT in this. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Subarna. Next, we're going to hear from Brad Hines, CEO of Planet A Energy. Welcome, Brad.
Thank you. So my background, I was at NASA doing space telescopes for 14 years. And then for the last 22 years, I've been doing solar concentrators. This is my third solar startup. And CalSeed's been really helpful in getting us off the ground. Go to the next slide, please. So we heard this morning that long duration energy storage is really the next frontier. And that's the problem that we attack. And we can provide up to months of energy storage in a true 24/7, 365 solution to allow baseload renewable energy. Think about your car on a hot day, how hot it gets. Of course, you get in the car, you roll down the windows. What if you didn't do that? What if you trapped that energy and you didn't let it out? And then the next day you trapped some more and you didn't let it out. And the next day, eventually get really hot in there. Now on top of that, fill your car with 2 tons of black sand. It's no longer very useful as a car, but it's a great energy storage device. And that is in effect what we do. Go to the next slide. So we make a technology that in one form forms these power plants. That structure there, we call it an Amazon warehouse. It's full of 22,000 collectors and 15,000 tons of black sand. So it can store an enormous amount of energy. Once it heats up, it will stay warm for months if you don't extract energy from it. So you can take out the heat when you want, you can leave it there when you want. It just turns the sun into a baseload resource. The next slide, and a full power plant could have 100 of these modules, or it could be a microgrid. You could have 1 or 2 of these. We're very interested in partnering with tribes to help provide microgrids and also to help the tribes become baseload energy providers in the new economy. Next slide. How it works, I've got a little bit of more show and tell that I can show during the Q&A if there's time, but that's a cutaway view. You can see the black sand in there. There's collectors on top. They're shining concentrated sunlight down inside. The yellow stuff is insulation holding in the heat, and there's an air gap there. So this is like a bed of lava, and when you want heat out, you flow air over the lava, and you get a really hot airstream out that you can send to an industrial process or to an electric power generator. And you can provide, at a large plant that's like a square mile in size, you can provide 50 megawatts pretty much continuously. And the advantage is, compared to traditional tall power tower solutions, we don't have the tall tower, we don't have the avian hazards, we don't have molten salt and difficult things like that. Next slide. But our storage material is 1/100th the cost of batteries. And because our collectors are so close together, and you can ask me why in the Q&A, we take 1/7 the land of a PV plus thermal battery solution. We can also be modular. So this is a containerized approach. And our beachhead market is agricultural desalination in the Central Valley. There's a lot of water there that's just a little too salty for the crops. We can work with partners to desalinate that water and provide irrigation for the crops. And this alone is $1 billion market, but it allows this technology to go off grid to be done without fossil fuel. And it allows the equipment to achieve 100% capacity factor, even though they're using renewable energy. Next slide. What CalCEDIS funding has done for us, they paid for our first prototype up there in the corner that looks like an alien spaceship. There's a bunch of little solar collectors, and there's a box full of sand there with insulation. And the CalCED funding has been great for us in leveraging additional funding. We now have $1.5 million in grant funding in to date, leveraged by that. Sandia Labs from the Department of Energy has funded us to build this half-size prototype that's being built right now there, and that will lead on to our first pilot. Next slide. So this is kind of a busy slide, but really our objectives are this. The chart there is the long duration energy storage demand in California from now until 2045. And you can see it just taking off in the 2030s. And that chart was made before AI came along. So it's just going to get worse. And right now we want to attack this agricultural desalination market as our beachhead, but we have a big vision. We want to become the dominant form of solar energy in sunny climates. We want to largely displace PV plus batteries with this technology that has essentially endless storage at very little cost. And that's about it. One more slide here. We have a bunch of backup slides with questions you could ask. How are we different from Rondo and Antoro? What about Form Energy? Who's our team? How's our tech work? But I will give you a sneak preview. This glass rod is our secret sauce. How do you trap the energy? You send it through a glass tunnel through a layer of insulation inside, and then it can't get back out. And I can show you that if anybody loves tech.
Great. Thanks, Brad. Next, we're going to go over to GJ Lao, co-founder and CEO of TIFAST. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm GJ, co-founder CEO of TIFAST. Our company is building and enabling high-performance lithium-ion batteries to obsolete diesel in heavy-duty vehicles. The focus here is platforms in construction, mining, trucking, and defense. Vehicles that we don't necessarily drive every day, but actually build the world around us. Before I start, I want to thank, obviously, CEC and CalCED and New Energy Nexus for the continued support with our CalCED grant, prototype award, and now also CalTestBed. So next slide, please. So a little bit about the company. Founded in 2021, a spin out of UC San Diego, 14 employees now, 7 patents pending on our core technology. So we are laser focused on high performance lithium ion. This is enabled by this novel LVO-based anode technology developed by my co-founders at UC San Diego. We use 100% domestic raw materials to make this anode material. We replace graphite in your existing lithium ion cell with this novel LVO material, with a focus on maximizing power, durability, safety, and all climate operations. In addition to CEC support, we've secured strong federal support from Army, DOE, NSF, as well as local organizations like Cleantech San Diego and SEEN, Activate, and Cyclotron Road. Next slide. So again, our core innovation is the LVO anode. We believe this technology enables the strongest benefits for heavy-duty vehicle electrification. These are all basically workhorse vehicles powered by diesel today. The technology enables the highest vehicle uptime or highest productivity with very fast charging. We reduce battery maintenance in these vehicles, enabling essentially 10-year operations with 2 to 3 cycles a day, wrapping up to essentially 10,000 cycles. All climate operations, these platforms deliver goods and services in the hot and in the cold. We enable now batteries to charge all the way down to -40, unlike current lithium-ion battery technologies, which just get frozen out below freezing. And then finally, deliver even better safety with a metal oxide LVO anode technology, as well as security. All 100% domestic sourced materials. Bottom line, this provides the lowest total cost of ownership solution for heavy-duty platforms today. Next slide, please. So what benefits can we provide to California ratepayers? We think this technology, again, on the heavy-duty side, provides really strong benefits. Emissions-free logistics. We're now able to eliminate diesel toxic emissions like particulate matter coming out of distribution centers. Quieter and cleaner work sites. Today's work sites require hearing safety, all sorts of chemical containment. We're now able to remove in all the, let's call it hearing loss, hear damage, improve safety that way, as well as fuel spills related to diesel. Improve and make port operations greener, enabling 24/7 zero emissions operations and improve air quality around the ports. And finally, obviously, reduce electricity rates for all Californians by increasing electricity sales and distributing things over to more users. In closing, we believe, again, this is the strongest technology that enables heavy-duty electrification. If you're more interested in our work, we're just outside the table, outside the door here, so come and see me. And then I'll close with an ask. If we're always seeking intros to heavy-duty vehicle OEMs, as well as investors seeking to join our mission. Thank you.
Thanks, GJ. And finally, we'll end with Talia Zargar, co-founder and CTO of GridWrap.
Hello, everyone. I'm Talia. I am CTO and co-founder of GridWrap. At GridWrap, our vision is build a resilient future using the existing grid infrastructure. Can you go to the next slide, please? 10% of wildfires are caused by power lines, but these are the deadliest, the most destructive wildfires. Can you go to the next slide? And that's not the only challenge the utilities are facing these days. Many power outages we were hearing from the tribes and in the morning, they're all caused by extreme weather condition, either the frequency of extreme weather or higher intensity of weathers. There is also our grid infrastructure are very old, almost getting to the end of its lifespan. There is a need to renovate. And there is also the renewable energy. So we are facing the increase of renewable energy. What is the solution these days? Reconducting, building new lines, or putting them under the ground. They are very good solutions, but they are very costly and it's very time consuming. Our technology increases the resiliency of the grid without the need of the costly and time consuming unobstructed work that is the standard of today. We have two technologies at GridWrap, ball wrap and composite wire wrap. The ball wrap technology, which is a composite solution for the utility poles, it can be installed around existing utility poles. It will increase, not only bring the original structural integrity, but it can also increase the mechanical load capacity of the poles, increase the resiliency, it's fireproof, it's low cost, and it's very fast compared to the technologies that are replacing the poles. And our second technology is composite wire wrap, which is composite solution that can be wrapped around existing wires using a robotic crawler. It will increase the power capacity by mechanically strengthening the ACSR lines. It is much cheaper than the standard of the way of reconducting the lines or building new lines. And it is much faster, and there is no need to shut off the power of the line. So the line can be charged. Can you go to the next slide? So let me just dig deeper a little bit in our composite wire wrap technology. So it is a patented composite material that can be installed around existing ACSR lines, and it will mechanically strengthen the ACSR line. Through the funding that we got from CalSeed and CalTestBed, we have verified in UCLA test lab that we have and the University of California, San Diego large scale test lab, we were able to show that we can decrease the thermal sag of the ACSR line by 75%. So we can push more power through the line, so we can increase the capacity of the line by wrapping our composite solution around existing ACSR without the need to reconduct or building new lines. Can you go to the next slide? I wanted to share some of the traction that we have for this technology, and we're very grateful for CalSeed and CalTestBed because it helped us verify our technology in UCLA and University of California, San Diego test facilities. Right now, we're working with EPRI and Idaho National Lab to deploy our technology in a real field in INL, and we are also developing the robot. We have customers, I'm like listing one of them at NL, waiting for you to be ready to be deployed in the field. You go to the next slide. I also wanted to share some of the traction for our other technology that I shared, BullWrap for the utility poles. Due to the limitation, I cannot go deep. So if you are interested, I would love to talk to you about this technology more. But I wanted to show that we already have 12 field demonstration on this technology with 12 different utilities around the world. And we have 10 more to go. We have some of these utilities are California utilities, IID and PG&E I'm listed here with. And we are right now working to scale up this with some of the even California utilities. If you can go to the next slide. So our technologies reduces the greenhouse gas emissions. It will increase the resiliency of the grid. We can push more renewable power through the grid, so we can decrease the greenhouse gas emission. It will increase the resiliency, and we are also serving the frontline communities because these are the communities that are more in the line with wildfires. By mitigating wildfires, we are actually helping these frontline communities. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Talia. Can we just give a round of applause? We're not done, but yeah. I know for me, it's super inspiring to hear from you all, and also just really grateful to be a part of your 10,000 step journey. I feel like going from sort of an idea, getting to market. So I want to give the audience a chance to ask some questions to our 4 panelists here. We'll start in the room and then we'll go to folks that are online. Yes.
Second gentleman there.
So Brad, this question's for Brad. Okay.
I kind of missed how you go from heated sand to, do you get to a battery or electricity somehow?
We flow air through a cavity above the sand, and then the air can go directly to a Brayton cycle generator, or it can go through a heat exchanger to some other sort of cycle, whatever you want.
Hi, this is for GridWrap. I've been involved in the EPIC program actually since the inception. One issue that's been really tough is the transmission grid, because the engineers that run it are so conservative, and rightly so, and the investment is so large. So if you get something wrong, the implications are equally large. So I'm just wondering, in terms of technology adoption, if you have any thoughts in terms of your technology tackling that problem.
Yes, we were just talking outside. This is a challenge. Having utilities as a little bit risk averse customers, it can be challenging. But we are very thankful to California Energy Commission for giving us these grants, because these helps us de-risk the technologies in as much as we can before bringing it up to the customers. We are also working with Idaho National Lab and EPRI to do the field deployment in the national lab on the grid facility that the INL has there, and we're inviting the utilities to come and see on a real field deployment, but not on a real grid, but in a twin of the grid that INL has, that will de-risk the technology furthermore. We have also noticed that maybe utilities outside of the US are more willing to test and deploy new technologies. So for the other technology, we have started our first field deployment outside of the US, and then bringing it up to the US and to California, definitely. But it is challenging, as you mentioned.
This is a question for GJ. In the last session, panel session, this chairman, Vivanco, mentioned that he was working with some non-lithium technology. I wonder if you considered alternatives lithium for your batteries. Thank you.
I'm not familiar with the previous session. Apologies. The answer is we believe our customers are seeking the most durable, most powerful, most cost-efficient solution. The technology we're delivering them is a lithium-ion technology that's providing, a step up in performance. We're getting strong pull, even as an early stage company, by the largest construction, mining, defense firms in the world. We think we're going in the right direction. So that would be my comment.
Thanks. Is there another question in the room before we take one of the questions from our folks that are online?
Okay, I've got 4 questions that were posed online. The first one is for Subarna. What is the temporal resolution, such as the hourly, sub-hourly, of the forecast out to 1 year?
So thank you for that question. We can go as far as 1 hour, so hourly resolution, and then we can do this hourly and then go to daily, monthly, annual, 1 year ahead.
Thank you. The next one is for GJ. Is the battery only for, is this the battery only, or are those other parts? Where is the part located in the vehicles? Wasn't able to follow that.
Yeah, so TIFAS is focused on the battery technology, not the full electric powertrain. We would basically integrate our technology into the battery pack that would get then built into the vehicle with electric motors and then the full vehicle wrap itself. So we're a subcomponent into the full electric vehicle platform.
Thank you. And then I have 2 for Talia. The first is, are there any wireless or no cable solutions for avoiding cable messes? The second is, how long did the development phase take for BullWrap? I think it was for grid.
So the question was, how long did the development take?
The second one was, how long was the development phase? Yes.
For our BullWrap technology, it's I think less than 6 months, but for our wire-wrap technology, I think we're still developing the robot. As I said, we are still in the robotic development. So the challenge is, the development is challenging, and for entrepreneurs, usually development is the most exciting part of the challenge. The adoption part and getting the utilities to try it, and that is the hardest part, in my opinion. And what was the other question?
Sure. The other one was, are there any wireless or no cable solutions for avoiding cable messes?
I don't know the answer to that question, so I'm sorry.
No worries. And that was all that I had.
Okay, if there are no more questions in the room, we'll go ahead and wrap up our Pitchfest, and just really quickly, one more round of applause for our entrepreneurs.
All right. Thank you again, Rebecca, Subarna, GJ, Brad, and Talia. I think those examples were a good snapshot of the different types of technologies that EPIC is trying to invest in. This climate challenge really does require an all-hand solution, whether it's data or infrastructure or vehicles that are on the road. And so with that, we are now going to move towards a quick transition break as we head towards our afternoon breakout sessions. Our first breakout sessions will be focused on medium and heavy duty vehicles and EPIC projects in there. That'll be hosted in this room in the auditorium. And then we also have a load flexibility panel that will be upstairs in the second floor breakout rooms. If you head up the elevator, that'll be on your left-hand side. And then later on, we'll have a break after that, and then another set of breakout sessions focused on building and industrial decarbonization. So with that, I bid you all to stretch your legs, or if you're planning to stay in this room, feel free to get comfortable. We'll be starting the next session in about 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. All right, everyone. Welcome back. Feel free to begin to take your seats. All right, we're about to start our afternoon breakout session, the first of two. For the first session, for those of you in the auditorium today, that'll be focused on medium and heavy duty transportation projects. And again, for those of you looking to join load flexibility, that'll be on the second floor in the second floor breakout rooms, just up the stairs and to the left. All right. All right, so at this time for the medium and heavy duty transportation section, I would like to introduce our moderator for this panel, Assembly Member Lori Wilson. She is chair of the Assembly Transportation Committee, and we're very pleased to have her today to help lead this discussion with some of our EPIC grantees that have some cutting edge technology looking to further integrate these vehicles to the grid. And with that, I will have Assembly Member Wilson join the stage, and I'll welcome you gentlemen on the stage as well. Thanks, guys. Sorry about that.
We can all be safe today and go around. I thought about doing that, and then I realized I had a dress on and I wasn't a tomboy anymore like I was back in, school days. Thank you, gentlemen. Join us. Well, I would just like to say thank you for having me at the CEC EPIC Symposium. As chair of the Assembly Transportation Committee, my top priority is to facilitate all Californians having a high quality of life. That is always the thing I focus on, is how do we ensure Californians have a high quality life? And also, I believe that having good, clean mobility is critical to ensuring a high quality of life. Now, this panel will focus and explore how EPIC investments are driving innovations that will build the future infrastructure necessary for electric medium and heavy duty vehicles while minimizing costly infrastructure upgrades and delivering benefits to ratepayers. I want to say congratulations, because we've now had 10 years of EPIC investments. And if you haven't had an opportunity to see the flyer where it shows the highlights of that work, I encourage you to do so. Now, we're going to start off with our panel on speaker introductions, and then followed by a facilitated discussion. If we have some time near the end, we will get into Q&A. So if you have a questions, hold on to it. And as we get to the end, we'll make room for that. So my first question to the entire panel, and I will let you choose who goes first, is to share a little bit about your organization and how EPIC funding has been a part of it and your projects. And please don't forget, although they can see your name and lovely face up there, but please don't forget to say your name. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assembly.
You might have to press it again to go out. You just have to press it once. See. Try now, see if it doesn't. We can share. Everybody check your mic, make sure.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you very much. Appreciate the introduction. My name is Emil Yousefzadeh. I'm one of the co-founders of Watt EV. Our company is creating the path to decarbonization of the heavy-duty transport in California. I very much appreciate the privilege and honor to be here. We've been grateful to California Energy Commission, and particularly the support of our very first project in California in Bakersfield. Our company, aside from the construction of the infrastructure for heavy-duty transport, is engaged in the trucking and the provision of the supply for the heavy-duty trucks. In the entire ecosystem. We've had major initiatives in California in bringing our infrastructure to fruition. We have 5 sites right currently in operation in Southern California, along with a fleet of heavy-duty trucks that are already transporting freight along the Southern California region. We are supported by one of the largest private equities in the country, Apollo Global Management, along with one of the largest energy traders in the world, Vitol. We also have a pipeline of over 15 sites in California, which we are developing. Additionally, you heard this morning about the benefits of the Infrastructure Reduction Act. Our company has been one of the largest beneficiaries, in fact, the largest beneficiary of the CFI program in the last round. And we will be building a number of the solar operated sites, similar to the site in Bakersfield, that was subject of the EPIC grant that we were awarded by California Energy Commission. Thank you.
Looks like my mic was working. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Vince Wong, co-founder, COO of Electric Fish. We are a climate tech startup based in San Carlos, just next to Redwood City. And we're turning 5 come December. We've been able to see participate very actively in many arcs within this energy transition. Everything, if you remember, from pandemic to the supply chain crises globally to macroeconomic recession fears and global conflict. So it's been just tremendous, just reflecting back on our journey to date. And we are particularly grateful for the support of the EPIC funding programs. We are a 2-time CEC awardee, first through CalSeed and then Ramp. And I'm also proud of the fact that, we are 4 founders from 4 continents. I believe that to really address the challenge of climate change, we need everyone at the table. And so what do? We are tackling a number of the themes brought up in the this morning's panels around how can we accelerate electrification of our infrastructure while also being mindful of how those interact with the grid. As Chair Hochschild mentioned, climate change is making it harder to address climate change. So what we're doing is we have developed a microgrid capable fast EV charging system, which is able to work really easily with a site's existing grid infrastructure to ensure that we don't need to wait years for permitting interconnection. We can get deployment done in just a matter of weeks, if not even days, while also ensuring that these same sites have resilient emergency power resources available to them in case of grid failures and outages, which unfortunately are becoming even more common and severe. Where are we in our journey? We are so far deployed 3 pilot programs with a number of federal agencies as well as utility partners. Tomorrow actually marks the shipping of our very first commercial system, our first commercial customer. We only moved into our ramp-funded facility earlier this summer. I was very fortunate to have the chairman and a number of others participate in our ribbon cutting back in June. And we've been really busy putting that to good use. We have about 8,000 square feet at the facility. We've already hired 2 new W-2 jobs in just a short span of a few months and have aggressive plans to grow our impact even further. But we're just tremendously grateful to be here at the symposium and looking forward to the discussion.
Keep the button in. Yeah. Hi, Watson Collins, a senior technical executive with EPRI, and I thank you for inviting me to join this panel, and thanks to the other panelists. So EPRI is leading a project funded by the CEC called eTruck, and eTruck is a charging research hub to develop and deploy high-power charging infrastructure along key freight corridors to accelerate electrification of heavy-duty vehicles. So what's that mean? What's a research hub mean? We put together a portfolio of activities that support that research hub. We have a set of activities that are around outreach. And so we have outreach activities with communities, with the workforces that support electrification and the activities here. And then we have industry stakeholder groups. So there's a great set of activities on outreach. The second big activity we have is around a market readiness and a technology maturity assessment. So we've gone through and we've interviewed fleets, we've interviewed all the truck manufacturers and the equipment manufacturers around where they are, where's the readiness of this technology, where are the fleets and their ideas and thoughts around adoption. So as you see, we're starting to bring together more thoughts. And then the third activity we have that's a big chunk of this is around technology R&D. And so we're developing a lab where we can test equipment. So, you know, we're moving along the spectrum here now of like outreach, market readiness, technology maturity, now the R&D. And then we have 2 demonstration locations that we're building out where we're installing charging infrastructure for medium heavy duty trucks along these corridors. And then it culminates in a statewide plan. And so then we have activities around a statewide plan. So I can talk a little bit about, you know, the benefits of this EPIC funding here, or EPIC funding, but I'll wait for the question. We're also partnered with the CalSTART as our primary partner in this project.
Hello, this one. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Stefan Fosso is my name. I'm the Director of Fleet Technology with Cisco Corporation. Cisco Corporation with SYS is not the network company. We are the largest food distributor in North America. Every day, you guys may see our truck outside. We do local delivery, heavily based on medium duty and heavy duty trucks, class 6, 7, and 8. So we operate more than 20,000 assets every day. We have 8,000 tractors going out every morning. Similar number of trailers, about 10,000 trailers ranging from 38 foot, 48, all the way to 53 foot in certain instances. And it's a huge asset. So one of the largest privately owned fleet in North America. You can put in the mix the PepsiCo and other organizations, but the volume of what we do every day is significant. Having said that, a couple of years ago, what we decided to do is to have a science-based emission reduction. So we set a goal to reduce our emissions by 27.5%. And that 27.5% was cascaded down to how you're going to do that. So we defined what we call scope 1 and scope 2. And part of scope 1 was to electrify some of our assets. So keep in mind, 67% of our emissions come from transportation. And having 20,000 vehicles every day, if you make a simple impact on that particular asset, we can reduce our emission tremendously. So we embark into that journey. And we were awarded that $4 million from the California Energy Commission to develop what we call the Riverside E-Hub. So in Riverside, we deploy electric tractor, trailer, battery storage, solar generation. So we have the whole distributed energy resources plan in place. So it gives us a really large scale to understand how to deploy in scale and how to facilitate our operation. So today we have 120 electric tractors on the road across North America. We have tractors also in Victoria, Canada, 9 different locations across North America, 120 vehicles every day on the road. And we have a plan to deploy a lot more. But for the focus today, I think the discussion would be maybe showcase what we've done in Riverside, California. And then I can take questions and tell you a bit more about that infrastructure. It's pretty massive, pretty complex, quite interesting. It has everything you can imagine in terms of electrification, infrastructures, software. We talk about AI and all the good stuff that goes with that. Thank you.
Thank you. And so thinking about the coordination between the state, innovators, and entrepreneurs in this space, them helping help scale technologies or infrastructures critical to the decarbonization of our transportation sector. Tell me about that. How is that working? As well as how do you think this coordination could be improved or expanded? Who wants to start? You want to go, Watson?
Sure. So I'll start out talking a little bit of why this EPIC funding is really important, because it really, for our project, if you heard me talk about a lot of things we're doing, it really was a catalyst for a lot of the partnerships we have in our project. So we brought together CalSTART, SCAG, the South Coast AQMD, SCE, Travel Centers of America, the NREL, LBNL. We have like 15 partners. I think that's the latest count that are officially part of our project, plus all these stakeholder groups. And so when you have this EPIC funding, it actually helps make sure that people know that, yeah, no, this is the project. We can bring people together around this. And this is kind of a unique project because, like I described earlier, it's got a broad range of activities, and it wasn't narrow focus. And so what we're able to do in this project, because of the breadth of it, is we're able to make sure that when we're doing the technology maturity assessment work, it's integrated into the statewide plan. When we do these demonstration sites and the things that we do there, it's integrated into the statewide plan. When we do work at the lab, we're able to integrate all this stuff into different parts of the project. So we feel really blessed that to have that kind of partnership on this project, and the support of the CEC on this. So
That's good. And I'll do one follow-up before we go to email. Did you think about, in terms of how it can be improved or expanded, that coordination? You talked about the benefit that it was an automatic identifier of people at the table and people being attracted to be at the table with you. Is there any idea of thoughts about how it can be improved or even expanded, or how you can continue to leverage for those receiving EPIC investments?
Well, it's also it worked for us because we had to do it as a portfolio, and so the being under that umbrella really helped, and also, like, we do get a great dialogue with the CEC and the CAMs on our project, and we're able to kind of, like, when we run into challenges, we're finding other resources and other partners to integrate into this. So it's felt like it's a very good partnership. Like, I guess if you had to ask for one thing, you'd always ask for more money, right?
Okay. That's a good one. More money, always a good thing. Always a good thing. And then, did you share email before we go to Vince?
Our experience is somewhat similar to Watson's experience. The project for which we received the EPIC funding in the approximate amount of about $4 million was for the very first implementation of a solar operated truck stop. You can assume that a charging station may not require that much energy. When we modeled our first project for the full implementation of a typical truck stop, we concluded that you need somewhere in the order of about 25 megawatts of power capacity. And it's very difficult to get that kind of power from the utility or on the grid. So we decided to create a first implementation with a full solar and battery storage system. And that required a tremendous amount of innovation. Without EPIC's funding, creating a lot of the technology elements, it was practically impossible to do that. So the full support from the California Energy Commission and the funding that we received from EPIC, particularly with the oversight and guidance that we had with the program coordinators,